and the blocks put in their way as to continue with his investigation.
And the amigos matter.
He's not going to testify with regard to the amigos matter.
Another witness another witness?
Yes, he will testify only the Pandey matter. Yes.
Oh, I think it's another other witness who refers to both the Pandey matter and the amigos matter.
Yes. Mr. Trevor White is a forensic investigator, and he will testify about both matters.
Is he the next witness?
No,
Who is the next witness after this witness?
The next witness is General Labia.
Yeah.
And
my recollection when I read the statement suggested, my impression was that we might not take more than 3 hours with this witness. Is that too optimistic?
I think that is too optimistic, Chair.
Yes.
I think it will take a little bit longer. I expect it to be most of today with this witness.
Yeah. Well, what I want, a lot of things won't be controversial, I think, that he will be testifying about.
Yes.
I want us to move fast on issues that are not controversial.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's this witness or another witness where I realized that out of everything said in the affidavit, there could only be one that could possibly be controversial. The rest couldn't be disputed by anybody because they're very much about correspondence and about things for which there seems to be documented proof or just procedural issues on investigations. So the bottom line is that we must do justice to every witness's evidence, but we do need to try and move with speed. We don't have all the time. So do your best in regard to making sure we move with speed. Things that are unlikely to be undisputed, let's not stay too long on them. But nevertheless, let's do justice to the evidence.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Are you ready that the witness be sworn?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Please administer the oath or affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Johannes Van Loggerenberg.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you find the count to be binding on your conscience?
That's right.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Wenzel, you may
Thank
proceed.
you, Chair. Colonel Van Loggerenberg, have you deposed to an affidavit which you have submitted to the Commission?
That is correct, Chair.
And the affidavit in front of you, is that your affidavit? And if you look at page 18...
Shouldn't we admit this exhibit first?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
I don't think it's been admitted before.
No, I was going to do it afterwards, but you're correct, I should do it before. If I might place this exhibit into evidence, Chair, it has been marked, subject to your approval, Exhibit RR1.
Yes, the affidavit of Mr. Johannes Van Loggerenberg, together with the annexures to his affidavit contained in the liver art file, will be marked Exhibit RR1. Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
Colonel Van Loggerenberg, the affidavit in front of you, is that your affidavit? And on page 18, is that your signature?
That is correct, Chair.
And are you satisfied that the contents of the affidavit are true and correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Colonel Van Loggerenberg, could you please tell the Chair about your history in the South African Police Services?
Chair, I joined the South African Police Service in 1975. I left again in 1977 and I rejoined in 1982. Up until the late 80s, when I was at the commercial branch. During that period, I was the fraud staff, I was at the commercial branch. And then after that, I went to the Youth Commission, to Judge Heath, and I worked there for 18 months. And then I came back to the Department of Justice, Directorate of Serious Economic Offences, which opened in KwaZulu-Natal. And I started there, and then it became the Scorpions, and then up until the Scorpions were closed and we pushed back to the police force. And I retired in 2015, and about 35 years experience in commercial investigation.
Okay, thank you. You might wish to raise your voice a little bit when you speak so I can hear you clearly.
Okay, I'll try, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel Van Loggerenberg, how did you come to be involved in the criminal case involving Mr. Toshin Pandey?
Chair, Brigadier Kemp, who was the provincial financial head of KwaZulu-Natal, came across irregularities in his guard of accommodation, and he submitted an interim report to.
I'm sorry, just repeat who was the financial head?
It's Brigadier Kemp. Brigadier Lawrence Kemp.
Yes, okay, yes, Lawrence Charles Kemp.
Kemp, that's right.
Yes, okay. He was the financial head
Of provincial KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes, okay, all right.
And then he put all his findings in a report, and he handed his report to the provincial commissioner. At that time it was Lieutenant General Nkubeni. We gave it to General Boyson. There was other generals who he also gave it to. And then he asked General Boyson to look into the matter. Then General Boyson handed the report over to Brigadier Latagan, which in turn handed the report over to Colonel Subramani Wasserman, who was the first investigating officer in this matter. It was an inquiry at first, and then 2 or 3 months after he started the inquiry.
I'm sorry, when you say it was an inquiry first,
We didn't open the case number immediately.
you just talked to find out
Just
certain
find out more
information.
evidence, what is
Okay.
alleged, to get more evidence.
Yes, okay.
And then after about 2 or 3 months, we heard Colonel Wasserman Subramani resign. Then I took over the matter.
So before Colonel Subramani resigned, was it the two of you and Colonel Subramani, who were tasked with doing the inquiry that you were talking about?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So he resigned and then you took over.
I took over, Chair, and then also I got into the team Colonel S.Y. Governor and Colonel Philip Herbst, the initial investigators on the investigation. We started investigating the matter, and the allegations made by Brigadier Kemp in his report, and to our knowledge, it was a cut and clear case of corruption and fraud. After we obtained some evidence from Financial Office, we then opened up a case. That's Durban Central Case 781. And then we started issuing banks, subpoenas for banks to do first the ground investigations, and then
Maybe just to help everyone understand. At that stage, this appeared to be a case of corruption relating to what and involving whom at that stage?
Chair, it appeared that the corruption was that police members at supply chain management, Colonel Naveen Madhu and Captain Narayan Prasad, were used by businessman Toshan Pandey to acquire tenders in respect of accommodating police members and also for the 2010 Soccer World Cup. We did some preliminary inquiries at hotels and bed and breakfast places, and then we noticed that the prices charged by Toshan Pandey's companies and the price that B&B actually charged Toshan Pandey's company is 200 to 400% more than what the police actually paid for the stuff. And then from that we started a full investigation onto this matter.
At this stage, you said it was now yourself and who?
Myself, Colonel S.Y. Governor,
Yes,
and Colonel Philip Herbst,
yes, the three of you
the three of us.
in doing the investigation.
Yes.
Okay. And to whom were you reporting at that stage in terms of the investigation?
At that stage, Chair, we were reporting to General Boyson.
Okay.
That we at that stage were at the Anti-Corruption Task Team, ACTT. And the head of the, local head of the provincial, from the ACTT was Colonel Jones.
Okay, you may continue.
All cases were registered which were linked to this investigation. Could you give the chair an outline of each of the cases and explain your involvement? So if we could start with Durban Central Case 781, who was the investigator in that case?
Chair, I was the main investigator, the project manager of this case. And in this case, when we fully started investigating the matter, we saw that Colonel Colonel Madhu was responsible to obtain accommodation for members of the police force in respect of the 2010 Soccer World Cup. And we started digging into that, and what we discovered that province had meetings for different sections which was required for the 2010 Soccer World Cup. And there was a meeting that was known as the Section 4 meeting. That was for the acquisition of the goods and accommodation for the Soccer World Cup. And the chair of that commission, Section 4, was a Brigadier Governor, head office. What we found in the minutes of every meeting is that Colonel Madhu was responsible to acquire accommodation for the members. But these meetings started 12, 15 months before the 2010 Soccer World Cup. They were preparing now for the Soccer World Cup. And at the end of the day, as the meetings progressed and it came to number 99, at every meeting, Colonel Madhu had an excuse that he could not get any joy from head office to assist in obtaining this accommodation. But as far as what we could gather, that each province was responsible and they could approve the accommodation for the police members in their province. And then we discovered that at number 99, Colonel Madhu used a regulation 16, I'm not sure if it's 16A4 or 1614, from the Treasury Act, that he can nominate suppliers without proper tenders and things like that. What he then did is, he supplied a memo to head office stating that he's got these companies, Gold Coast Trading, and he mentioned the other few companies, that can supply accommodation for the police members that is required for the Soccer World Cup. It's going to start in a couple of days. And they actually said, okay, fine, you can go ahead. But if you look at what supply chain did, Colonel Madhu did, now with Colonel Madhu, there was another captain, Narayan Prasad, working with Colonel Madhu. They in advance issued tenders to B&Bs and hotels in KZN for the accommodation of the members for the 2018 Soccer World Cup. There was a hotel that the police always use in KZN, it's Coastlands. It's called the Coastlands Hotel. And we approached them, we approached all the others, and they said, yes, they did get tender documents. They did tender, they sent the tenders back. But nothing happened when they sent these tenders back to supply chain management, to Captain Arampasa. And at the end of the day, it was discovered that although they received these tenders, they just kept them under the carpet. And they didn't mention anything to the committee or to anybody. We've received tenders, but we must push through this emergency application for the accommodation to be approved by supply chain management.
And
So I'm sorry, so did you form the view that there was an illegitimate reason for not telling anybody about this, so that ultimately they would say this was an emergency, so we were justified in not going out to tender?
During our investigation, at the end of the day, we could prove that Colonel Madu and Captain Arampasa deliberately kept that information from the police. Because if you can see, Toshan Panley purchased them some goods, he sent them on holidays, and he wined and dined them, and they got something for the favors that they did to Toshan Panley. And you could see that in the minutes of the meetings. I mean, I can also say that during our investigation at the head office, supply chain, we came across a letter where Toshan Panley faxed to our supply chain department in Pretoria, where at the time Madu wrote that letter requesting this company to be appointed at number 99 in terms of this regulation, that Toshan Panley, in a fax, quoted to our head office that he's got 20 hotels booked for members at that point in time. But when we actually physically did the investigation, he never had one room from any hotel or any B&B for any member. So that was a blatant lie. And once it was approved by the office, then we heard from the B&Bs and the hotels that we approached that no, Toshan Panley came around and okay, it was, you know, they were cut out of the deal, but they got to make best of it. And eventually they gave them some business. And that is now it ended up that Toshan Panley got the contract for the accommodation.
Colonel, could you tell the chair, did this Coastland Hotel that you referred to, did they respond to the tender?
Yes, Chair, I personally went and saw them. I saw the director. They showed me the tenders that they received. They showed me the tenders that they forwarded to supply chain management, and yes, they did respond to the tenders they received, and actually, in fact, sent it back to Captain Arampasa.
And were they ultimately used to provide accommodation?
Yes, Toshan Panley actually used them to provide accommodation for the police.
And what was the difference between the tender, the invoices he charged the police for accommodation at this hotel and the tender that had been provided?
See, what Toshan Panley did is if the hotel or the B&B asked him, I'll quote, I'll give you an example, 1,000 rand a room for 2 members, he would charge the police 2,000 rand a room. And that is what he did with all the accommodation, sometimes more than double, sometimes 400% more than the actual price of the room. He charged the police. And those invoices were signed off by supply chain management, Narayan Prasad and Madhu, and he got paid for that. During our searches in 781, we also applied for searches and seizures warrants. All the premises of Toshan Panley, the premises of our supply chain management at province, finance at province, the members that were involved, their personal homes supplied. We got search warrants, search and seizure warrants. Toshan Panley's offices, we did all those searches and seizures. And in Toshan Panley's one office, we came across a A5 hardcover black book where he's got his company names and it's all with columns. This tender, he would know, okay, Bellatown got the tender, then he would say there, okay, Gold Coast didn't get the tender, then he got the actual price, and then he says, okay, this is Bellatown's price. You can see the price inflated by 3. He actually kept a record of that in his possession. We just obviously all handed over to PricewaterhouseCoopers, who did the financial investigations into this. And then, Chair, we also discovered that I actually took an affidavit from a company in Pinetown who supplied, what do you call it, the generators.
Yeah, you can look at your statement to refresh your memory if you need to do that.
Chair, I approached a company where Toshampane bought generators for the Soccer 20 World Cup. But it's small generators, it's not big generators. And the price he paid for each generator was 4,900 Rand. I took the affidavit of that company. And then I checked up and followed up on what did he charge the police for the generator, the same generator. And he charged the police between 92,000 and 97,000 Rand for one generator. And that was signed off by supply chain management, and Toshampane got paid for it.
So he would have paid about how much for the generator?
5,000 Rand per generator.
But then he charged SAPS about 92,000 Rand.
That is correct, Chair, for one. And the police paid him.
Sure.
It's ridiculous, to say the least.
Sure. Yes. 1 second, Ms. Winslow. Just ask the referee to switch off the... Yes, you may continue.
Could you explain to the chair how Mr. Pandey used his various companies to carry out cover quoting to make sure that whichever of, would you just explain it in your own words?
Chair, in the beginning, what?
Yeah, it's better that you let him just explain. Don't lead him.
Chair, in the beginning, Toshampane approached supply chain management with, I think it was 5 or 6 companies. It was Gold Coast Trading, Unite and Zandi Trading, Vellatone, Bravosat. Then there's one, can just refresh my memory here. Kasif Traders. Now, Gold Coast Trading was the only CC, he was the only member of Gold Coast Trading. The Vellatone and all the others were in his wife's name, or his sister's name, and his brother-in-law's name. Those documentation from CIPS, he gave that to the police. And once these companies were registered on the police database, what he did, he changed the founding affidavit of the CCs with CIPS, and he made that he was the only director, changed it so that he is the only director of all those companies, which is given to the police. So the police at head office never got that information from Pandey that this was changed, or even our provincial, but our provincial, with the policemen there, they knew it was Toshampane's companies. But so he controlled each and every company at the end of the day. It was proven by Trevor White from PricewaterhouseCoopers as well. He controlled all the finances.
And did these companies purport to compete for tenders?
Yes, Jay, they did. And at the end of the day, he actually kept note which companies competed for a specific tender, and he also made note of which company won the tender. And the next tender, he would use another company, and that's how he would play the one off against the other. But he would get all the tenders at the end of the day.
So he recorded all of this?
Yes.
Yeah.
And was that in the black book that was discovered?
That is correct, Jay. That's in the book we seized.
And
Were these, I'm sorry, these various entities that he was using, did they maybe use one office, shared one office where the address is given for them? Was it one address? Therefore, by any...
Jay, it's all is one address, and that's Toshampande's business address in Mhlanga Rocks.
They used one address?
They used one address, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And could you explain to the chair how Colonel Maddow...
So I'm sorry. That should suggest that anyone who considered their bids should have found that suspicious, isn't it?
Yes, Chair, but the thing is,
If
In the proper
companies
sense-
that are competing for a bid are sharing the same address.
yes, but you see that they didn't know that. They didn't know that, but the policeman knew
But
that.
wouldn't the tender documents, would they not reflect the address of the company that's bidding for the work?
Sir, Chair, that was all dealt with by Colonel Madhu and Captain Arain Prasad.
So the ones who would have seen this were
Yes.
people who were working with him?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay.
That's correct, Chair.
But talking generally, nobody who had to make those decisions could not have picked it up if they did their job properly.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah,
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. And could you just explain to the Chair how Colonel Madhu helped Mr. Pandey get his companies registered on the database for the police, supply chain management?
Chair, what we
database?
discovered is that once Tosham Pandey,
Maybe the way to ask that question, that's little, is whether Colonel Madhu had any role that he played in, did you say registration?
Yes.
Yes. Rather than how he helped who?
Chair,
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, what happened there is that Colonel Madhu supplied him with the applications for the registration on the supply chain management databases. Once Colonel Madhu received those documentation from those companies from Tosham Pandey, he gave it to a member who drove up to Pretoria by vehicle, not putting it through the normal channels, drove up by vehicle to Pretoria Supply Chain Management and arranged for it to be put on the database ASAP, like the next day. So it never went through the proper channels to be put on the database in Pretoria.
What would have been the proper channels?
So you normally send it by post, the receiving receipt memos. I don't know what the internal, provincial and national supply chain, actually they operate, but I presume nobody will drive up every day with applications to Pretoria, say, put us on the database immediately. I mean, I don't think it works that way.
Yes. Well, maybe he thought the provincial people are too slow.
Maybe they were too slow.
Yes, okay.
Chair, I've been approached to ask for a technical adjournment. Apparently, there's a problem with the transcription.
Oh, is
for
that
the
so?
recording.
Okay, let's take hopefully a 5 minutes adjournment to allow the technicians to attend to the problem. We adjourn.
Thank you.
All rise.
1212. 1212. 1212.
Bayoutle.
I can in the van, but check out what over
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Batho ba shebile mina kaofela lonka ke hlanya e ba bona.
received that motivated some of the people in the SAPS to cooperate with Pandey, Mr. Pandey.
Yes, Chair, at the end of the day, we discovered that we start by the Provincial Commissioner. She arranged a surprise birthday party for her husband at the Dish restaurant in Mhlanga Rocks. Her husband was a brigadier, also in the police force at that time. During the investigations, we discovered that the dish was paid for. The deposit was paid 10,000 rand by Toshan Pandey. The balance of the birthday party, that's everything inclusive, a DJ, we discovered that that was paid by Toshan Pandey, on Toshan Pandey's credit card. And I went to the dish restaurant and I obtained an affidavit from Mr. Freddy Singh, stated in his affidavit, as I told you now, Chair. And furthermore, the birthday party, if I can recall, it was on the 29th of May. But Toshan Pandey came afterwards to the manager at the dish and asked him to...
That's 29 May, what year?
Chair, that was... It was
2010? The World Cup was in 2010?
Chair, that was after that, Chair. And just, but I'll get to that date, Chair.
Okay.
But what Toshan Pandey also did, after the birthday party, he went back to the dish restaurant and spoke to the manager. And he asked the manager to give him a new invoice in the name of the PC.
That is now
Ngobende.
the name of the provincial commissioner.
That is correct.
Yes.
And he must also put his name by the, what do you call it? By the reference number on the invoice. In other words, what I could gather, what it would show is that Toshan Pandey could use this as a benefit for tax purposes, or it could show that the PC actually appointed him to arrange his birthday party, to cover for that. But with PricewaterhouseCoopers investigation, no money could be traced, paid from the PC or her husband to any of Toshan Pandey's accounts. And then, Colonel Madhu went on holiday in Cape Town with his family. And we discovered that Toshan Pandey...
And around when would that holiday have been? Ms. Wenzel, you can guide him in terms of where
Yes.
he might find certain
If you
information.
have a look at page 4 of your statement,
Yes,
just firstly, just for clarity, in paragraph 5.7 and 5.8, you deal with this party and the date is the 29th of May 2010.
that is correct, Chair.
And now you're dealing with 5.12, Colonel Madhu. You can have a look at that to refresh your memory on page 4.
Chair, that's correct. Colonel Madhu went to Cape Town with his family on holiday, which Toshan Pandey paid for. That's also in the forensic report. And then what Toshan Pandey also did, he bought a vehicle for Colonel Madhu. We've also got affidavits to that effect in the forensic report. And Captain Ryan Passat was bought a treadmill, which was delivered at his house. We've got that evidence in the forensic report. And also, Captain Ryan Passat's son was studying at the college in Durban. And we discovered that Toshan Pandey paid for the college fees for Narayan Prasad's son. And then also further on, when we looked at Colonel Arias,
Do you remember what he paid in terms of college fees, or do you not have that at hand?
so I think the college fees was in the region of 29,000 rand.
Yes. remember how much the holiday would have cost that Colonel Madu
That was
to Cape Town?
Chair, I don't have the exact figure with me.
But you have got it somewhere in the documents that...
Yes, I can, it will be in the forensic report.
Okay, if we don't have the tier, if that can be obtained so that one gets a picture of how much was spent on...
Chair, I believe the forensic auditor, Trevor White,
Will deal with those things.
he's still coming to testify,
Yeah, he is coming, yeah.
and he's the author of that report.
Oh, so
will
he has
have-
got all of that there.
He will have all of that on hand.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's
Thank you.
correct, Chair. Colonel, could you now please tell the Chair about case number 386? What did that relate to?
Chair,
We are now at page 5, eh?
We're at page 5.
Yes, okay.
Chair, it was decided that we take the evidence of the surprise party in the main docket 781 and register a separate case just for that.
Now, the surprise party again is the birthday
Birthday
party
party.
of the provincial commissioner's husband.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
So the docket was registered just for that. The investigating officer appointed to do that was Colonel Philip Herbst. So he was actually the one dealing with that matter. As I was concentrating on 781, and from 781, different cases came about, but I kept on 781, the other investigators kept on the other cases. But what I know, the knowledge that I know of 386 is that the docket was open, that evidence was presented to, I think it was Advocate Mznyati at the time, and he was still there at the province in KZN. And then it was agreed that there's enough evidence to prosecute this matter. And then...
Did you say the evidence was presented to Advocate Mzinyati?
Yes, the evidence was given. Colonel Herbst approached Advocate Mznyati,
Okay, all right.
and his view was that there's prima facie there's enough evidence to prosecute the matter.
Yes, okay.
But he resigned, he no longer left, he left the office, and then Advocate Norco took over the office of KZN. And then this docket was handed to Advocate Wendy Greef. And at the end of the day, she felt that there's not sufficient evidence to continue with this matter. We were obviously not sharing the same views as what she was sharing, but there's nothing that we could do at that point in time.
Now,
And in terms of the reasons, would that be the reasons that were given to say there was not enough evidence there? Would that be covered by Mr. White?
Yes, that is in a earlier report. She felt that there's insufficient evidence.
Sorry?
She felt that there's not enough evidence.
Yes, yes. So there is a report that,
Yeah,
Somebody else
she's
will
in the
give
docket.
us.
Yes, it's in the docket, Chair.
yes, okay, all right. But tell me your own understanding of what the reasons were that were given for that conclusion, if you are able to.
Chair, my view is,
In other words, when you were told what the reasons were, why she said there was not enough evidence, I just want to understand what your own thinking was when you were told that.
Chair,
Whether you were in agreement, you were not in agreement, or what were the main features of her reasons.
Chair, my view is that I think all the dockets should stay one docket. And you should make it a racketeering case. If you take individual cases away, the circumstances surrounding that individual case and what's going around in the racketeering docket is not there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You lose
That,
you lose the chain.
that is right. Yes,
Yeah, if you separate them. But if you look at them together,
If you look at them together,
yeah, you'll get the proper picture.
you get a proper picture of actually what was going on here.
Yeah.
That was my feeling about this case in the first place.
So did you think that that may have been the reason why she might not have seen that there was enough evidence?
Yes, I would say that yesterday, that she could have think about that, and I wouldn't hold it against her.
Yes. She would have known that the cases were separated, isn't it?
Yes, she knew about the cases, Chair.
And if she was experienced enough, wouldn't she have known that looking at one and not looking at all of them could disadvantage her, and therefore couldn't she have said, look, I want to see everything?
She could have, but I can't answer for her.
Yes. No, but you see, you have been around, you have been in the police service for a long time.
Yes, yeah.
And you have dealt with many prosecutors, I've no doubt,
yes.
And you have a reasonable sense of when there is a case and when there is not a case.
Yes.
For most of the cases, I'm sure that you have dealt with.
Correct.
Now, what I'm asking is whether when somebody in her position looks at a case in isolation, when with your own knowledge you know that if somebody looks at that case alone, they won't get a proper picture. They would need to look at that other one as well.
Yes.
Somebody in her position who decides not to look at the other case, wouldn't that say to you, but how could she confine herself to this case? Because with her experience in that position, she should know you can't get a full picture by looking at one case.
Yes, I agree with you that she should have, and she could have gone and looked at the whole picture instead of just making a decision on this one case alone.
Yes, okay.
And Colonel Van Loggerenberg, just to give the Chair a bigger picture, we will deal with it in more detail in due course. What was the Provincial Commissioner's involvement in this investigation?
She was the suspect in this investigation.
But why was she a suspect?
Because it was discovered that Roshan Pandey paid for all these expenses. And there's no way that she appointed him as an agent to pay for these expenses. And it could only boil down to, she's a provincial commander. He got all the tenders. I mean, she knew what was going on because there's evidence that she actually tried to stop this investigation. And yes, she was the suspect in the matter.
So that is case number 386.
That's right, Chair.
So was she the only suspect, or was Mr. Pandey also another suspect?
She and Mr. Pandey, yeah.
They were the suspects in the matter?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right. And 781, was it only Mr. Pandey who was a suspect?
No, Chair, 781 was the PC.
Yeah.
It was Major General, I'll get to his name now, Colonel Madhu, Captain Ryan Persat, Roshan Pandey's wife, Roshan Pandey's sister, Roshan Pandey's brother-in-law, all the companies mentioned. They were all listed as the suspects in the forensic report.
That one, that case 781, related to the procurement issues,
Yes.
Supply chain management issues.
Yes.
And this one related to the birthday party and the stopping of the investigation.
But Chair, I just want to tell you that 328, the evidence from 328 was actually extracted from the forensic report in 781 to register a separate case.
Yes, you were talking about 328 now. You mean 386?
Which is a party docket.
I asked you about 386. I just want to
Page
make sure we
5.
are on the same page.
That page 5.
386 is page
The birthday
5.
party is the birthday party, 386.
Oh, so when you said 328, you meant 386.
Yes, that's correct. Chair.
Yeah,
This
okay.
evidence was taken from the forensic report
Yeah,
and
of
from
Mr.
the
White.
affidavits we obtained in 781.
Okay. Okay.
Then
So it was like an offshoot of...
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
correct. That's
Thank
correct.
you. Okay.
And then Colonel Van Loggerenberg, just to clarify, if you have regard to paragraph 6.12 of your statement, mention there is made of Advocate Malotswa. What was his involvement?
He was then the acting DDPP at KwaZulu-Natal at that time. And that's when Colonel Herbst went and saw him.
And what was his view of the
His
case?
view that there was prima facie evidence and there was enough evidence to continue in this matter.
Now, when earlier on you told me that the evidence was presented to Advocate Mzinyati, who said there was enough case, did that relate to case 781?
No, sir, no, Chair, sorry, that relates to 386.
So, in regard to case 386, you therefore have like two NPA officials who said there's enough case, Advocate Mzinyati and Advocate Mlotshwa. They both said there's enough evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, but those people left. Yes, sir, that's correct. But then, at the end of the day, it ended up with Wendy Greef, with Advocate Wendy Greef.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, am I correct in understanding that in regard to this case, namely 386, two officials, two prosecutors from the NPA, Advocate Mzinyati at one stage, Advocate Mlotshwa at another stage, both separately said there was enough evidence to prosecute?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And what was the involvement of Advocate Norco?
Advocate Norco actually became the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions in KZN. And Mlotshwa was no longer there. And also, Mzinyati, I think, resigned, and he went to the private bar, but he was also not around at the time. Chair.
And was Advocate Norco prepared to prosecute the case?
Chair, I can't say if the docket was given to a person to review the matter by Colonel Herbst, but I know there's a report which Advocate Norco submitted at the end of this whole saga, replying on all the dockets and saying that, including this 386, that there's no evidence whatsoever against anybody in any of these dockets, including the PC.
I see that it looks like you say Advocate Wendy Greef also declined to prosecute in this matter. And she's expressed, according to your affidavit, the opinion that the investigation was flawed, I'm not sure, or the opinion of the SAPS was flawed. So you had two prosecutors saying there's enough evidence, and it looks like you had two prosecutors, Advocate Greef and Advocate Norco, saying there's not enough evidence.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair, and when that docket was declined to prosecute, I'm talking about 386, the PC's husband was, as I mentioned, also in the police force. He's a brigadier. He was a brigadier at that time. I believe he's promoted to a general today. But if I'm not mistaken, he was at Phoenix Cluster, where Durban North reside under, Phoenix Cluster. Immediately when the docket was declined to prosecute it, he forwarded a letter to us requesting the docket. And I refused point blank. I said, you're not getting the docket. And eventually he just left it. But we never gave the docket. We requested the docket to us and said, no, you're not having the docket. What do you want the docket for? And we just said no, and we kept the docket. Because I couldn't see why should he ask for the docket, for what? What does he want to do with the docket?
Yes, thank you.
Then, Colonel Van Loggerenberg, could you tell the chair about case number 466? You deal with it on page 5, paragraph 7.
Chair, this case started with when Colonel Subramani was still busy with the inquiry of this matter. He sent a report to General Boyson, confidential report, but he did not date the report. And somehow,
So now we are dealing with case number 466.
466,
Yes.
Chair. And somehow this report ended up, as we discovered later, with Tosham Pandey and Colonel Madhu. As far as I can recall, Chair, Colonel Madhu then in turn approached General Boyson with this report, which he received earlier from Colonel Subramani.
That report related to the inquiry that the two
Yes,
of you had done.
that is correct, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. A progress report, that's what it was. Colonel Madhu then requested General Boyson to date this report. But he must date it in such a way that it looks that when we issued or when we applied for Section 205, that was done illegally. So in other words, backdate the stuff before the case was registered even.
Please remind me about section 305, is that
Section 205.
205, yes?
So we use Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act to
Yeah.
obtain bank documentation.
Oh, for bank statements.
Yes,
okay.
but he wanted General Boyson to date this report before the case was even registered in the case number, before CAS 781. So that would show that we illegally subpoenaed the banks to obtain the bank information.
So the report included, showed that you had obtained financial information from their bank accounts.
That's right, yeah.
And if Section 205 had not been complied with, then you would have acted illegally.
That is correct, Chair. Yes.
Yes. But what reason did he give to General Boyson for asking him
They want
do
to,
that?
Chair, they want to attack us civilly with regarding to the Section 205s we applied for in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act.
But why would he think General Boyson would have agreed to that?
I don't know what...
Even backdating
I
it,
didn't-
quite apart from the fact that it wasn't his report.
Yeah, no, I know, but Tosham Pandey would use that in a civil matter to challenge our Section 205s in the civil court, to say that that is unlawful. And that is why I wanted the date backdated.
Yes.
But then,
Was the request made in such a way that General Boyson could have been misled into thinking that it was just a genuine and innocuous request to put a certain date and not know that there were some
General Boyson
intentions?
told us about it and we worked it out. It was for the Section 205s we applied for at the courts. And that was the reason why they wanted that. And then General Boyson told him, if I do that way, it's not nothing for nothing. He must give me for something. That's where the money came into the story. And then General Boyson testified and they continued negotiating. I was not involved in that. The investigating officer involved in that matter originally was Colonel Len Sheriff, but sadly says deceased today, but Colonel Peter Proy took the matter over. And at the end of the day, what happened is that the state applied for Section 252A in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act to have a sting operation. And it was arranged that Madhu will pay the money over to General Boyson. But then Colonel Len Sheriff, as far as my knowledge goes, he arranged the operation, he got the approval of the 252A from the advocate Gert Nel from Maritzburg. Everything was in place. Colonel Madu came into the parking garage of the provincial office in KwaZulu-Natal, and that's where he handed over, took the money out of his boot, placed it into General Boyston's boot. I was not present, I was not there. And as far as I know,
Yeah, General Boyson gave evidence about that episode.
That's how this case came about, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Now, with regards to that
So
case,
I'm sorry, Ms. Wenzel. The suspects in this one, case number 466, bribery stroke corruption, were they Colonel, or was it Colonel Madu?
And Colonel Madu and Toshan Pandey, Chair.
The two of them?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. And it related to that, to the money in the boot incident?
Yes, they were arrested on that matter, Chair.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
now, who was the advocate assigned to that case?
It was Becky Mnyati, that's what I can recall now. It was Becky Mnyati was assigned to that matter.
And what was...
Is that Advocate Mzinyati?
Yeah, Becky,
Is that the
Yeah.
same person?
yeah.
Okay, all right.
And what was his view about the matter?
His view that there was sufficient evidence. I mean, there's footage of it. The 252A was legal. The money was handed over. There were witnesses. And he said it's no problem.
And you say in your statement that Advocate Wendy Greef subsequently replaced Advocate Manyati. What then happened to the matter?
Well, let's start with, is that true that Advocate Greef replaced,
That is correct.
maybe the way to put it, was Advocate Mzinyati
Yes, he resigned.
removed from the case?
Yes, he resigned, Chair, and then...
Or he resigned?
Yes, that's right, Chair.
And then Advocate Greef was assigned the matter?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, and I can recall the morning they appeared in the regional court to apply for a date to get the case transferred to the High Court. That same morning, without any one of us knowing or the investigator in that matter knowing, or even Wendy Greef knew, that is when Advocate Noko instructed her to provincially withdraw the matter, stating that there were representations made and it concerned some investigations. And she mentioned there is a prima facie case in this matter at Noko. And she also said it must be, as I mentioned, provisionally withdrawn. And that was it.
So if you have regard to the internal memorandum on page 20,
Yes.
you'll see this is an internal memorandum to Advocate Govender from Advocate Noko, and it says, "Dear Advocate Govender, I've perused the files and the case docket in this matter, wherein the accused persons are charged with one count of corruption, alleged to have offered and or given a gratification to an officer. I've been presented with representations in this matter which raise some concerns regarding justice. Time is needed to investigate to follow up on these concerns. There's a prima facie case against the accused persons in this matter. However, in the interests of justice, I've decided to provisionally withdraw the matter. It will be dealt with at a later stage after the raised issues have been attended to. This case must thus be provisionally withdrawn on the 11th of February 2013 when it appears again in court for reasons as I have advanced supra. Kindly also inform the SAPS investigating officer accordingly." Is this what you're referring to?
That is correct, Chair. That is later what Advocate Norco that morning.
Were you aware of any representations that had been made?
No, Chair, not at all. Nothing whatsoever.
Advocate Govender, that is a member of SAPS, that was a member of the prosecutor in the NPA.
That's correct, Chair.
Advocate KD Govender.
Yes, Chair.
Was he a prosecutor or she a prosecutor?
No, she's in the NPA, but she's
At the court?
no, she's sitting at, not at court itself.
Yeah.
She's like a section head.
Sorry?
Organized crime prosecutors, yeah.
But she's a prosecutor?
Yeah, she's a prosecutor, yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Continue.
Thank you. Could you then tell the Chair about case number 122?
122.
Well, before we get there, this was withdrawn and what happened? This particular one?
Chair,
This was many years ago. We are now in 2020.
Chair, as far as I can recall that,
Was it ever reinstated?
yes, as far as I know now, it has been reinstated, and Advocate Wendy Greef from the KZN Commercial Crime Courts is dealing with the matter, with this specific
But the
matter.
trial has not started as far as
No,
you know?
not yet. No, Chair,
Yeah.
she's still busy. She's still busy with it.
Yeah, so it looks like many years have lapsed since it was
Yes.
provisionally withdrawn.
That is correct, Chair. You see, it was only looked at again after Advocate Sean Abrams gave the instructions
Yeah,
that prosecution must continue in these matters.
okay.
Only then something happened again with these matters.
Yes, I see that the memo from Advocate Noko to Advocate Govender, where she gave instructions that the matter be provisionally withdrawn, is dated 7 February 2013.
That's correct, Chair.
So 7 years later, the trial
Yes.
has not happened.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes. And Chair, perhaps just, it is 11:15. I don't know if you want to
Yeah,
adjourn.
let's take the adjournment.
Thank you.
On my watch, it's about 18 minutes past. We'll resume at 25 to 12. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello. Keep dropping the line. Hello, 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Please phone me back. Hello. Ah, thanks.
Yeah? Hello. What? Okay. All right.
Hi, Brother Dan, got you. Thank you. I can't hear you, Brother Dan. Heidi is too loud in my ear. Yeah, Heidi's too loud. No, that's better, Brother Dan. I can hear you. Yes, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but there's too much noise in the criminal control room. I can hardly hear. Yeah, get Wagala. I can hear now.
The case was resuscitated.
20 seconds was?
Is it the 2012 one? The rest of the 2012 when Battle Bribery.
correct,
Yeah.
Yes.
But we say
Different
1 to
case.
2. And 466, the one we refer to as 466 is actually 466/09/2011, and the one we refer to as 386 is 386/09/2011.
That's correct, Chair.
And then earlier one than that, yes, there was case number 781. When we referred to 781, we were referring to case number 781/06/2010.
That is
Yes.
correct, Chair.
So the record will capture the
Thank you,
correct
Chair.
case numbers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, in this case, Durban Central Case 122/04/2012, I can recall is that General Boyson has placed a stop with Financial Department to pay further monies to Toshan Pandey. Toshan Pandey then launched a civil application to sue this outstanding amount from the police. But what he needed,
To sue the police, SAPS,
Yes.
for not paying him.
that's correct, Chair.
Okay.
What happened there is Toshan Pandey and Captain Narayan Prasad approached another member, Captain Stevens. They requested Captain Stevens to, let me just go a step back. So with the searches and seizures, we seized documentation from different departments from our provincial office. And some of those documents were invoices and call-up instructions issued by Brigadier Hunter for the members to assemble for the 2010 Soccer World Cup or wherever needed. They approached Captain Stevens to reprint some of these invoices, which they didn't have in their possession at that point in time, and also to falsify call-up instructions. And that Captain Stevens would have to falsify Brigadier Hunter's signature on the documents, endorsed to say, yes, it's been approved, services has been rendered.
That is payment, for payment purposes.
That's to show in a civil matter that services has been rendered and it has been authorized.
Oh, so that Mr. Pandey's claim would succeed.
That's right, Chair. And that's where this case occurred of. And we also there, if I can recall correctly, is that approval was obtained and Captain Stevens negotiated with these people. There were recordings made, there were visual reports made, and this matter was given to Advocate Dorian Paver from the Pietermaritzburg DDP's office. But the audio recordings between Captain Stevens and Pandey and Narayan Prasad is actually in an Indian street language. So a person that does not know that slang or whatever, to put it that way, wouldn't understand exactly what they mean and what they say. So there's a bit of a problem with the audio of that thing, and they're trying to rectify that at this point in time so that they can continue with that matter.
What was Captain Stevens supposed to do? What was his role?
Chair,
I see you refer to him in paragraph 8.10.
Yes, Captain Stevens was in the section at Brigadier Hunter's division where he worked for under Brigadier Hunter in this section. Brigadier Hunter was responsible for, if they needed 20 policemen, say at point A, Brigadier Hunter will authorize a call-up instruction, the members' names, authorize it, and then it will go from Captain Stevens, will see to those documentations, send it to supply chain, and see that people get there and everything is arranged for them. That's where Captain Stevens fit in, because they needed those documents, those call-up instructions. And that's, some of them they did have, but some of them they did not have. And that's why they approached him to fill in the gaps where they didn't have them.
So he was cooperating with Mr. Pandey and the group.
Yes, he first approached General Boyson regarding this matter, and then General Boyson approved, and then it ran from there.
Yes. Okay. Do you know what was in it for him?
Eddie?
Do you know what was in it for him? Why was he helping Mr. Pandey?
They promised him R1 million, Chair, if you can do that for them.
If he assisted them?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Bribe him with R1 million.
And is that what you found out as the investigation was happening?
Chair, this happened actually after 781.
Oh, okay.
No, because this was now, we tortured Pandey for his civil matter, not for the criminal matter.
Yeah, okay.
They tried to use this information for a civil matter
Yes, okay.
against the police to try and get the money released.
Okay. And what happened to the civil?
Chair, we don't know it, but I know it's still pending. I know it's still pending.
Was payment made
No,
after
Chair,
they facilitated?
No, Chair, never.
It was not paid?
No, Chair.
Was that because of the decisions taken by General Boyson to
That is
say
good.
there should be no payment?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, so in terms of what ultimately happened with the civil action, you don't know?
That's correct, Chair.
It has not been finalized as far as you know?
That's correct, Chair.
And if it had been finalized, you would have known?
Yes, Chair, we would have known, yes,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So it must have been pending for many years, is that right?
Yeah, no, that's a lot of years ago, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we are again dealing on page 7 of your statement, and now in particular to what is now colloquially called case number 781. Could you tell the Chair about the interference you say in your affidavit you experienced with your investigation?
Chair, we were informed by General Boyson on many occasions, but say 3 or 4, to stop the investigation in Interdepartmental Case 781/06/2010.
Yes, tell us first what that investigation was about.
Excuse me,
And
Chair.
tell me first what that investigation was about under case 781.
781 was a corruption charges where all those people involved, the PC.
Oh, that's the one we started with from the beginning.
Yes, that's the accommodation
okay.
one and all that.
Now I remember. That's the one we started with early in your affidavit.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct,
okay. You say General Boyson gave you an instruction to?
Stop the investigation.
Yes,
He got the instruction from the PC, Lieutenant General Gubeni.
yes.
The PC, Lieutenant General Gubeni.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I hear what that last bit is that you were saying. Did you say he got instructions from General Gubeni?
From your Lieutenant General Gubeni, the Provincial Commissioner,
Yeah,
to stop the investigation.
okay, yes,
781.
yes. And did he then pass that instruction over to you?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. We did not stop, Chair.
You did not stop?
No.
Yes.
The documents that we had, we made copies of it and gave him the file back,
Yes,
but we did not stop.
okay.
We carried on.
So as you understand the position, the provincial commissioner instructed General Boyson that the investigation must be stopped. General Boyson passed that instruction over to you.
That is correct, Chair.
You handed back the file to General Boyson, kind of pretending that you had stopped,
That is correct,
but you
Chair.
actually had not stopped.
That is correct,
And you
Chair.
had kept some documents.
That is correct,
And then
Chair.
you continued with the investigation.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Colonel Van Loggerenberg, can you please have regard to an affidavit of Lawrence Kemp on page 22?
Sorry, 22.
Yes. What is your knowledge of this affidavit?
Chair, my knowledge of this affidavit is that we used this affidavit as A1 to firstly open up a case. He was a complainant in 781. And his affidavit covers everything he discovered, and also that the PC phoned him, and his second in charge, Colonel Moodley, was also present when the Provincial Commission instructed him to tell General Boyson to stop the investigation.
And who requested this affidavit from him?
Chair, I approached him for an affidavit after I have gone through his initial internal memorandum. He refused to give me an affidavit, and I knew why he refused to give me an affidavit, because he wanted something to cover himself, that nobody can put the blame on me, that he gave an affidavit freely and willingly. So at the end of the day, what I did, I obtained a section 205 of the Procurement Procedure Act, I served it on him, and then he gave me the affidavit.
So that he could say, I was obliged to give it to him.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah,
Yes.
to cover himself.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And this affidavit, was it included in the file that you handed back to General Boyson?
No, not this one, Chair.
But you already had it with you when you handed that file, but you didn't include it in the file?
I don't think so, Chair, because this affidavit took a while. It was the inquiry file that we actually gave back to
General Boyson.
General Boyson, yeah.
So you got the affidavit later?
Later, yes. This took a while to take this affidavit, yeah.
As part of the investigation that
Yes.
you were doing without the Provincial Commissioner knowing?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, yes.
But at this point in time, when we were told how many times to stop, Colonel Subramani phoned Colonel Dramani.
I'm sorry, were you ever told why the Provincial Commissioner was saying this investigation must be stopped? Do you know whether anybody ever asked her, why must this investigation be stopped? And if so, what did she say?
Chair, I don't think anybody asked her why this investigation should stop, but everybody knew why she gave the instruction, because she's implicated.
Yes.
But I didn't ask her personally. I don't know if General Boyson asked her personally, but I don't think anybody asked her.
Yeah,
She just said stop this
I would have been
investigation.
interested to know what reason she would have given.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. I interrupted. You may continue.
Thank you. And
Chair, I was at where Colonel Vasan Subramani phoned General Ramat. He was the national head of the Hawks at that time. And then he told us to have a meeting with him in Pretoria. So Colonel Subramani and myself drove up to him. We had a meeting with him.
Because now you said General Ramat. Ramat.
Yes,
Yes,
Ramat.
he was the head of the Hawks
Yes.
at the time. Yes.
That's correct, Chair. We showed him all the evidence that we've got, and also that we've got evidence against the PC, we've got evidence against General R.S. Pillay, against Captain Madhu. We went through the whole story, and at the end of the day, he said, first of all, General Kobeni hasn't got the authority to stop this investigation. And he told us to continue with the investigation. We don't stop, we continue. And then it was arranged, he said, well, the best would be that the Office of Serious Economic Offences in Pretoria would deal with the matter. And we had a discussion with the Office of Serious Economic Offences, but at the end of the day, they agreed that we must just carry on with the investigation and we must report directly to General Ramat. And that's how we continued with the investigation.
okay, dealing with this affidavit, if you could go to paragraph 18 on page 28.
Page?
28.
Yes.
And this is what Colonel Kemp says. On Wednesday, the 5th of May 2010, at about 15:25, while myself and Colonel Moodley was at Jacob's Garage attending to work-related matters, I received a phone call from the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nkubeni, on my cell phone. The Provincial Commissioner informed me that the investigation pertaining to the procurement procedures of the detachment duties must stop, and I must inform Deputy Provincial Commissioners Nchanya and Boyson. I first phoned General Boyson. However, the General's phone was on voicemail and I left a message informing the General of the Provincial Commissioner's instruction. I then contacted General Nchanya and informed the General of the Provincial Commissioner's instruction, whose response was that I am telling him that while it is raining and the roof is leaking, we mustn't repair the roof. As I wasn't directly involved in the investigation, I considered that I have complied with the Provincial Commissioner's instruction. Can you comment on that? Is this what was told to you by Colonel Kemp?
Yes, that is right, yeah. That he did receive the phone call from the Commissioner, General Nkubeni, to stop the investigation.
But that's what he told you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Chair.
You were not there yourself.
No,
when he
I was
said
not
it, yeah.
there, no, Chair. That's what he told me. This is what I recorded, what he told me in the statement.
And did you record the statement?
Yes, I did, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
He then says in paragraph 19 on page 29, on Saturday the 8th of May 2010 at about 5 o'clock, I received a phone call on my cell phone from the Provincial Commissioner. The Provincial Commissioner inquired about the detachment expenditure and the procurement processes thereof. I highlighted and raised my concern about the high expenditure of detachment duties and indicated that if the current expenditure for detachments continued, it will have a very negative impact on the provincial budget. I also raised my concern about the expenditure of certain detachments that was exorbitant. I gave the example of expenses of obtaining accommodation of 850 per night per person for detachment at Escort, which I was of the opinion was far too expensive. This call lasted some time, and the Provincial Commissioner also asked me about procurement procedures, but I refrained to give an opinion and focused on my responsibility pertaining to the budget and the high expenditure for detachment duties. The call was concluded when the Provincial Commissioner indicated that the matter would be discussed in her office on Monday the 10th of May 2010.
That is correct. Yes, that's what he told me.
And then paragraph 20, on Monday the 10th of May 2010 at about 8:30, I was informed to go to the Provincial Commissioner's office. On my arrival at the Provincial Commissioner's boardroom, the Provincial Commissioner, the three Deputy Provincial Commissioners, Masamolo, Njanjana, and Boyson, as well as Colonel Maddo of Provincial Supply Chain Management, was present. The Provincial Commissioner indicated the purpose of the meeting was to look at the expenses of the detachments. Colonel Maddo was asked to explain the procurement process, but hardly started when the Provincial Commissioner asked me to highlight the details of my information note. I told the meeting about the expenditure for detachment duties and the high expenditure, as well as raised my concerns of the high expenditure incurred pertaining to certain detachments. I again referred to the example of high costs for accommodation at Escort. While I was giving my concerns, the Provincial Commissioner interrupted on a few occasions, and some of the deputies, like General Njanjana, was given an opportunity to comment. At one stage in the meeting, a letter received
Sorry,
from...
Ms. Venzel. Doesn't look like this witness attended that meeting. Why are you reading this?
Just to confirm that this is what was told to him by this witness.
He was subsequently told after the meeting.
Yes, he was told this when he took the statement. This witness took this statement
From
this
Mr. Kemp.
witness. Yes.
Mr. Kemp, okay, all right.
In the middle of page 30, it says, at one stage of the meeting, a letter received from head office, which was forwarded to the Provincial Commissioner and myself and the Provincial Head Finance, and requested the province to supply information, was discussed. I indicated that I'm in the process of compiling the feedback. This upset the Provincial Commissioner, who indicated that these direct lines we have with head office must stop. The Provincial Commissioner was very angry with me. This became the main issue and not the issue of the high expenditure for the detachment duties. I was given to understand that I must know what I must do and use the correct communication channels. I felt and got the impression that I was at the wrong and must not have compiled the information note, as the Provincial Commissioner was very upset with me. At the meeting, as the meeting was becoming unpleasant, Major General Boyson requested whether myself and Colonel Madu cannot be excused, as Corps management discussed the matter further. The two of us were then excused. Is that in line with what you were told?
That is correct. Chair.
Yes, but why is it not enough for... Is there anybody who is going to dispute that this statement was made by Kemp, Mr. Kemp? Why is it necessary to get this witness to confirm that what is written here was told to him?
Chair, because it, I believe, will give...
But is it prior to the statement being done? Well, he took the statement from Mr. Kemp.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes,
And this is what the statement says.
yes.
So why does he need to confirm anything that is said here?
Chair, in a sense, to give the picture as to the further documentation that will be shown to you,
It should
to
be
get a
enough to
background.
say, did you draft this statement or take the statement from
Yes.
Mr. Kemp? That should be enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chair,
if we
it's
confirm
fine, we
that.
don't need to do that.
Yes.
We have confirmed that.
Yes, yeah.
And we can deal with that.
Because obviously, if he drafted the statement, he was told what is in the statement.
Yes. It's also, Chair, just to avoid having to call every single person involved to confirm these facts. But if it is confirmed, the confirmation is there and it's on record.
That part is an important part. I think General Poison testified about the same meeting.
Yes.
But it doesn't help to say this witness who took the statement must confirm that what is in the statement is what he was told by the person who signed the statement.
Yes, thank you. If we can then just refer to Colonel Melanie Moodley's statement, you'll find it at page 72, or the statement itself is at page 73. Who took this statement?
Chair, the statement was obtained by Colonel S.Y. Govender.
Is that the statement at page 73?
It's the statement. It's Annexure JVL 3.
Is it at page 73?
At page 73, yes.
Yeah.
And
You see, even there, unless there is going to be, unless you know that there is going to be a dispute whether that statement, the signature there is so-and-so's signature, the person who gave the statement, unless you know that there is going to be an issue about that, there is not much point, I think, in asking to confirm that he took the statement. But if there is going to be an issue about maybe that the statement doesn't reflect what the person who signed the statement says happened, then it might become necessary then to say, okay, who took the statement? What was that person told? Did that person correctly put in the statement what they were told? But if there is going to be no issue about that, we can move on.
Yes, there are two aspects I only wish to draw to your attention in the statements, Chair, which may prove to be controversial and are also important because they explain why some surveillance and monitoring was conducted later in this matter. If I can just refer you to page, sorry, it's page 76. I hope that you can see that clearer than mine because the writing seems to go over the page number.
I've got what looks like 76. Does it start with the word from SCM?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Is that a statement by somebody?
This is the statement
Moodley.
by Moodley that you
Yes.
say was taken by Mr. Govender.
That is correct, Chair.
General Govender. I'm just going to read the second paragraph on that page. It says, the next day, 6 May 2010, I received...
Hey, why are you reading it?
Only because it confirms this handing back of documents and the closing of the case on the instruction of the PC.
Yes.
So it's just that paragraph, Chair. And that's that and one further paragraph. That's all that's needed.
So you say, well, you can, even if you don't read, you can just tell me that this is what this witness,
Yes.
the person who signed the statement says, and then he or she will be called later on if she will be called.
Yes.
If that's necessary to connect, to make us understand this witness evidence better.
Yes.
But if it's not for that purpose, we can deal with it when that witness comes.
Chair, I think you might be able to understand this witness better if it can just be pointed out that what is stated in the statement is that Brigadier Latergan stated that he had received the instruction from the PC that he must hand back all the documents and that the case was closed. And as far as he was concerned, that was the end.
How does she know that that's what I take? Yeah, how does she know that that's what Latergan was told?
Because she says that Latergan told her this.
Yeah, that's hearsay.
Yes.
So why do we read hearsay from somebody when we are hearing the evidence of another witness?
Yes, Chair. We don't need to have to deal with that further, except to say that, as is stated in the affidavit, what you say in paragraph 9.12 is that Colonel Moodley said...
Ask him to give the evidence. Ask the witness to give the evidence.
Yes. Could you please tell the Chair what is stated in paragraph 9.12?
Hang on. Let's put that differently. Who is the he referred to in paragraph 9.11.2, Ms. Venza? The he there
It
refers
is
to
Brigadier Kemp.
Hmm?
It is Brigadier Kemp.
Brigadier Kemp, Chair, yeah.
Yes. And you will be calling him, isn't it?
We haven't as yet said that we would call him, but we certainly can make attempts to consult with him and call him.
Well, why would he not be called if he is one of the people who got a call from the provincial commissioner saying the investigation must be stopped? The only reason I can think of is if there are enough witnesses who have corroborated that.
I think there may be enough witnesses, but I will make sure that he is contacted and perhaps his evidence can be led as well.
Okay, just continue and tell me more about case number 7881. What happened? You were instructed to close the investigation, stop the investigation. You handed the file back to General Boysen, But you continued with the investigation, just continue there?
Chair, we continued the investigation, and after it became known by the PC KwaZulu-Natal that the Ramat gave instructions for us to continue, she did not attempt to or interfere with the investigation thereafter to tell
There
us
were
to
no
stop.
further attempts by her to stop the investigation?
That is correct, Chair.
Do you know how she came to know that General Ramat had given instructions that the investigation should continue?
Chair, I don't know. I think that she may have received the information from General Boyson.
Yes,
Because she
okay.
must have approached him and said, but the investigation is continuing, I told you to stop.
Yes.
I'm just, you could have just told her, but no, it's instructions from General Ramat.
Yes. Okay, continue and tell me everything that you might not have told me yet about that investigation relating to 781.
Chair, from the outset, the case was assigned to an advocate, Bromley Gans, in Durban to deal with 781. But she resigned, and then the matter was handed over to Advocate Abby Letsolo from the Commercial Crime Courts. And he was also appointed in this Amigos matter, as you are aware of.
Yes.
During this investigation, from the outset, Advocate Letsolo knew that there was an Act 70 on the matter pertaining to the threat of our lives.
So let's
I'm
just,
sorry, just repeat that.
can we,
Chair, during our investigation, we, as I said, we got threats on your lives.
That is during your investigation in case number 781.
That is right. Yeah.
There were threats made on your lives.
Yes.
Yes, that is now yourself and,
Colonel Philip Babs and Colonel Ismail Governor.
yes, okay. And the threats coming from whom or anonymous?
Chair, I received a phone call from a lady informing me that she's working for Toshan Pandey, and she overheard him in a conversation to somebody else that they want to take me out and my team. She was concerned and she phoned me, and I made a note thereof in my diary, official diary, and I left it at that. And then a month or two thereafter, I received another call from her. She said she's getting worried now. She overhearing a conversation from Toshan Pandey to another person, again threatening us. And then I thought, okay, what I'll do, I also recorded that conversation with her in my diary. She didn't want to give me a name or tell her where she's phoning from or what. She phoned me on my landline, so I couldn't actually see where she was phoning from. So I submitted a report to Brigadier Latergan.
And can I just confirm that the pages of your diary where you recorded this, what she said, is that part of what is here or is that not here?
Chair, that is with IPID.
That's with IPAD?
That's with IPID.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yes, continue.
I then made a report to Brigadier Latergan, who was the provincial commander of the Commercial Crime Courts. He then wrote a request to General Moodley from Crime Intelligence and asked him for one of his members to look into the threats, into the investigation to see what they can see, and might investigate and see what they can find out about the threats against our members. Colonel Pariachi from Crime Intelligence was appointed to do this investigation, and he applied for the Act 70.
what is an Act 70?
Act 70 is, put it in plain words, Chair, is to tap the lines.
Just repeat that.
It is, the Act 70 is to monitor people's telephone lines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he did an application, and the
That's
judge...
the one where you apply to a judge
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
for permission to do that.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
And he did that, and the judge approved it, and then he was doing that side of the investigation against the threat of our members and myself. That Act 70 had nothing to do with 781. Per se, I'm talking about the investigation. Nothing at all. Advocate Abby Lesolo was aware of this.
This was, you said, Colonel Padachi, who was conducting this exercise of listening to, monitoring
Yes, that is correct.
these
Chair.
telephone conversations.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay.
And when Advocate Lesolo was given this matter, we told him he was aware of it, and Advocate Willie Miller, he was also there, also from the commercial crime courts. And then Advocate Vani Governor, she was aware of it. And
Who
what-
was Advocate Vani Governor? Where was she from?
She's also from actually the head of the organized crime prosecutors at Provincial of KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes.
And there were meetings between us to discuss 781 and 466, but everybody knew from the outset. And I told them, I don't need the Act 70, because what do I want the Act 70 for? I've got documentation, and that's all I want. And everybody was happy, and eventually at the end of the day, Colonel Brian Padachi actually picked up some conversations which relates to CAS 466, the corruption matter of General Boyson. And I know that was used for that specific case only.
When you say the corruption matter of General Boyson, you are referring to the money in the boot case.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
That's case 466.
That is correct, Chair. Yeah, that is correct. And we carried on the investigation, and we submitted all the evidence that we received from seizures and searches and banks and whatnot. We gave that to Trevor White from PricewaterhouseCoopers. And he was busy with the forensic report. He drafted the forensic report. We carried on the investigation, and we'd come to a point we had a draft forensic report in respect of 781. And we had a meeting in, I think it was in January, with Advocate Lesolo, myself, Advocate Vani Governor, Colonel S.Y. Governor, where we went through the draft report and we spoke about the evidence against each person that's mentioned in the draft report, from the PC to Madhu, Narayan Prasad, Tosha Pandey, his wife, his sisters, his brother-in-law, the companies, and we all agreed, and they all agreed, there's overwhelming evidence. As I said, there's 370 pages of the forensic report that corroborates that. There's affidavits that corroborates that. But when it came to the PC, Advocate Lesolo told me, I've got my reservations. I was shocked. I just looked at him. And Advocate Bonis will I've also got my reservations. And I looked at him, I said, well, what reservations have you got? They couldn't answer me. I said, but the evidence against the others is 200% according to you, according to the forensic report, according to affidavits. The evidence against the PC is a carbon copy, it's exactly the same. We've got the forensic report corroborating that, we've got the evidence corroborating that, we've got evidence from the dish, we've got evidence, bank statements, Toshan Pandey's card has been used. No, there's not enough evidence against the PC.
Now, with regard to the PC, the conduct for which she was sought to be charged or prosecuted, was it the fact that she gave instructions to stop the investigation, or was it anything about her role in Mr. Pandey paying for her husband's birthday party?
That is right, Chair. That's a gratuity that she received from Toshan Pandey, the businessman, who paid for a bus.
Or it was also the receipt
Yes.
of money from
Yes.
Mr. Pandey?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah. So it it was the receipt of that money, and the argument must have been that it was corruption,
Yes, it is a corrupt relationship.
bribery.
Yes.
And then was the instruction to stop the investigation also part of
Yes,
the conduct
it's
that was
obvious.
being-
Why did
Yes.
she instruct him to stop the
Yes,
investigation?
because
she
he
knew
got the money.
she knew she was going to be exposed some stage.
Yes, yes, okay.
And
Avro Letswale was saying he had reservations, but you asked him to tell you what the reservations were, and he did not tell you.
he could not tell me, neither of them. So out of frustration, I told him, look, if you don't want to charge the PC, why do you want to charge the rest?
And what was the answer?
It was quiet, Jay. Because I was close.
On the analysis of what was before them, Advocate Letswalo and whoever, and on the basis of the discussion, did you form any view as to whether the decision or his view that he had reservations about whether the provincial commissioner should be charged, whether that was based on good faith grounds that you might not agree with, or did you think there was something untoward about it?
My gut, when I left that meeting, my gut told me this is a political decision. Everybody knows, or what we investigators knew, that Toshan Pandey had a business relationship with the ex-president Zuma's son, Edward. And then for Advocate Letsolo, then asking me, well, why isn't the Act 70 in case number 781? I said, the Act 70 has got nothing to do with 781. But then he told me, but we used 781 to compile this the case 781 evidence. I said, there's no evidence from the 781 was used for this docket. And we did not use anything because I didn't need it. As I say, we searched, we seized, we got the bank information, we searched the province, we searched premises, the forensic report is there, corroborate what we've got in the affidavits. Everything is in front of them. Yeah, I knew what my gut was. It was a political decision. And then when he told me afterwards that, well, the Act 70 is the reason, I just said, well, you can do what you want. You show me in 781 or in the forensic report any piece of evidence coming from the Act 70, I'll agree with you. I got Trevor White from Prosecution and Coopers. He wrote a memo confirming all the evidence in the forensic report and in the docket. The Act 70 had nothing to do with that investigation. We never used anything from, we don't even know what was going on in the Act 70.
Now, when you told Advocate Letswalo this, and whoever he was with, that we never used anything from what you call Act 70 for this investigation, what was his response? Did he say, no, but I can see you used it, look at this?
Chair, he couldn't get that far. He told me that in previous cases he had before, where the police told him the Act 70 was involved, he never had Act 70. I can still remember his words, he got egg on his face, but he never actually could have told me or could have shown me anywhere in 781. He just kept on saying, and I knew it now, he used it as only an excuse not to prosecute the matter, and also obviously the political decision as far as I'm concerned.
And are you able to say if he was basing his decision on what you had put before him, then there really was nothing that connected this investigation and Act 70?
That is correct, Chief. Nothing connected it.
If there was anything, he must have lent it from somewhere else, but not on what was before him.
Nothing, Chair, nothing whatsoever.
Yes,
200%, there was nothing,
yes.
and all the other IOs in this 781 can testify. PricewaterhouseCoopers believes is going to come. Nothing was used, but he was blunt in using the Act 70 as an excuse. Because apparently representations were made to him from Toshampanda in respect of 781, not to prosecute.
Did you ever see those
No,
representations?
Chair, no, we never saw that. We were not even aware of that.
At the time that you were having this discussion with him,
Yes.
did he at that stage tell you that there were representations received from Mr. Pandey, or is that something you had later?
No, sir, that was something we had later, because after this meeting, we just left. And then my wife got sick, and during March that same year, he held another meeting with Colonel Govender and with, and at that meeting was Advocate Letsola, as I can recall, Colonel Jones, and Colonel S.Y. Govender. And then he said, well, look, he's made up his mind, he's not going to prosecute. Representations were made, and in the representation, that's what conveyed now to me by Colonel Govender, because I was sick at home. He found me during the meeting.
But was the practice, would the practice not be that if the prosecutors receive representations from a suspect or from an accused person that they should not be prosecuted, would the practice not be that before the prosecutors make any decision on those representations, they would consult the investigating officer and say, this is what is being said, what do you have to say on this?
Chair, that is a normal practice, and I agree with you, that is what happened with other cases which we had, but not with this one. We never knew about this representation.
Yes.
And during that meeting with Colonel S.Y. Govender, I was not present, where Colonel Jones showed up the first time. During the whole course of this investigation, we never reported to him. We never told him the nitty-gritty of anything in any of these cases. We sidestepped him for reasons, but we reported to General Boyson and General Ramat. All of a sudden, Colonel Jones is sitting here next to Advocate Letsola. Advocate Letsola informing Colonel Govender, no representations were made, and apparently it was heard from the lines that we can work out his defense and this and that and whatever the case may be, but at that point in time there was not even a draft charge sheet. There was nothing. Toshampanda could have known at that point in time, or at the point I'm going to ask him what the defense can be, because we didn't have a charge sheet. So that is baseless information that is trying to sell to SY Governor. Then we've been told that the representations were given to Colonel Jones. Whether he investigated that Colonel Jones investigated or not, I don't know. But we knew that it was given to Colonel Jones. The Governor requested a copy of that. They refused to give it to him. And that was his decision. Wrote the report, so that's it.
Now, you said that Advocate Letsola, as if I understood you correctly, was of the opinion that in regard to the other people, there was sufficient evidence, but not against the provincial commissioner. Did I understand you correctly? In regard to the same case, 781?
Yes, Chair.
Was that the opinion he expressed, that in regard to the other people, other suspects in the same case, there was enough case?
Yes, Chair.
But not against the provincial commissioner?
That is correct, Chair.
Now, wasn't one of the other people Mr. Pandey?
Yes, Mr. Pandey, Colonel Madhu, Captain Narayan Prasad,
Yes.
the whole bunch.
So in regard to Mr. Pandey, Mr. Pandey was one of those suspects in respect of whom he said there was enough evidence.
That's correct, Chair.
But when he then invoked what you refer to as Act 70, was he invoking it to say, I'm not going to charge anybody, even those against whom I think there's enough evidence because of this Act 70, or he was saying, I'm invoking Act 70 to say I won't prosecute the provincial commissioner, but I will prosecute the rest of the people, including Mr. Pandey.
No, Chair, he used the Act 70 as an excuse not to charge anybody in 781.
Oh,
Nobody.
Okay.
He used the Act 70 for all of them.
Yes,
And then
but in regard to the provincial commissioner, he was saying there's not enough evidence in any event. That was his opinion.
He didn't say that because the only thing he told me is, well, I've got my reservations. And he couldn't ask me when I asked him.
Yes, okay. Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Venza.
If you can now turn to page 99.
Maybe that's where you are going. Are you completing as to the formal decision that was made or not
Yes,
really?
this is an internal memorandum, Chair, dated the 25th of March 2015 from Advocate Letsolo to Advocate Bimbani to explain why he believed that the Act 70 and these representations meant that he should not prosecute.
Yes, no, that's fine. Let's go there.
So it's the 25th of March 2014, and I'm just going to ask you, Colonel Van Loggerenberg, did you then comment on this memorandum?
Chair, we did comment on this memorandum.
I'm sorry. The memorandum was addressed to Advocate Bulelwa Vimbani by Advocate T.A. Letsolo. How did it get to you?
So when I got back to work after sick leave,
Yeah.
the copy was given to Colonel Governor. And
Yes. And then that's how
because
it
this
got-
must be filed in the docket, you see.
Oh, okay, all right. So you got to see
I
it.
got to see this one.
Yeah, okay. Continue, Ms. Spencer.
And Chair, with your leave, I propose going through what was said, and then, Chair, if you then have regard to the document on page 106, the complete document, Chair, you'll see that that document, if you look at page 114, it isn't complete, but a complete copy was obtained from the docket. I'm afraid it was only obtained this morning, Chair, and I asked that it be included in the bundle. You will find it at page 308.
First, you said let's go to page 99. Are you saying that the other documents are attachments to the memo at page 99?
Yes, so there's the memo of page 99, and then there is a response which you will see is directed, and if you look at page 106, under inquiries, Colonel Van Loggerenberg's name is there, and it's addressed to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. It was directed to General Dramat, and it's the response to what was said by Advocate Letsolo as to the reasons why he was going to withdraw the charges against everybody.
Yes, I think what we need to do is you read this memorandum from Advocate Letsolo at the time, is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
And you have had a chance to refresh your memory on it recently, is that right?
That's right, Chair.
Do you recall what the main reasons he gave for his view that he should not charge the suspects in case number 781? So in other words, I don't want us necessarily to read this. If you are able to say, as I recall, the main reasons were the following: A, B, C, D.
Chair, the main reasons in my view was that the Act 70 was used, information from the Act 70 was used. He listed some cases here in the past where when Act 70 was used in a case and it was known to the defense or whatever the case may be, you know, that's what he told me, egg on his face. And he tried to make out that I was personally going for the provincial commissioner, which is not true, because in his report he said that the only reason why I say that is because what I told him in my meeting when I had with Mr. If you don't want to charge the PC, well, why do you want to charge the others? Out of frustration, I said that. So he was trying to use that to make out that I'm persisting to just charge the PC.
Just on that one, at your meeting where he expressed his reservations about charging or prosecuting the provincial commissioner, did he at some stage talk to you on the basis that there may be a reason to charge the others but not the provincial commissioner?
No, Chair, we went through the evidence of all the others first.
Yes, and he said there was a case.
That there was a case, but and then I said, well, we've done everything, and then I thought, well, we haven't spoken about the TC.
Yes.
TC. And then he said, well, that's when he told me that it's the reservations.
About reservations, okay, all right. So he was now using that in the memo to say you were going for the PC for some illegitimate reason.
Yeah, personally, yeah.
For personal reasons. Yeah. Okay, all right. Were those the main reasons as far as you can recall?
Yes, Chair, and also other things about the presentations that were made, but I can't comment on what he wrote about the representations because I've never seen them.
Yes, yes.
You know, for me it could be what he, I don't know.
Yes.
I can't comment on that, Chair.
Yes, no, that's fine. Ms. Fenzel, you can highlight some of the reasons that the witness might not have mentioned, which are in the memo, without reading too much.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Firstly, can we have a look what is said in paragraph 3.2 on page 100? It says, it is important to note that at no stage whatsoever was I informed by the investigating officers in this case that there are tape recordings available in this matter. The first time I became aware of this specific issue was as a result of the representations made on behalf of Toshin Pandey. Furthermore, there is nothing in the docket to suggest or indicate that there was an application made for the authority to permit the police to monitor certain telephone conversations. The nature of the investigations in this matter is straightforward, and there was no need for an application of this nature to be made. Now, firstly, you've said it was not true that he didn't know. Is that correct?
Chair, that is a lie. He knew about it.
That he knew that an application had been made for authority to monitor certain telephone conversations. He knew that, and he also knew that related to threats to your lives.
That's correct, Chair. And also that some of the recordings there was used in 466.
Yes.
He also knew that.
Yes.
He knew that. It was told him from the outset when he joined.
Yes.
And now to say this, he never knew that.
Yes.
It's an absolute lie.
Well, when he says he was not told that there was an application for the authority to permit the police to monitor telephone conversations, or when he says the investigators in this case did not tell him that they were tape recordings, and that he became aware of this specific issue was as a result of representation made on behalf of Mr. Toshin Pandey. As I understand it, and you must tell me if my understanding is correct, my understanding is that you as the investigators, or nobody applied to a judge to obtain permission to monitor these telephone conversations for purposes of pursuing your investigations under 781.
That is correct.
That never happened.
That never happened.
The application to a judge for authority to monitor conversations related to the threats to the lives of the investigators.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, okay.
And that being said, Colonel Van Loggerenberg, was there any reason for the 781, for the monitoring application to be in the docket in case
No.
number 781?
No, Chair, no. From the outset, it was known that I'm not going to use Act 70 for 781 because it's not necessary. It's not a murder case, it's a paper trail, it's a commercial case. It's easy. You forensic auditor, corroborate information. Why would I use the Act 70 for what purposes?
Yes, okay.
Then it's also said in paragraph 3, on the 14th of February 2014, I was provided with a copy of representations made on behalf of Toshin Pandey.
Sorry, which page is that?
Sorry, it's page 100,
Paragraph
3.
3,
Yes.
okay?
3.3, isn't it?
So it's 3, and I'm actually going back up to 3 and 3.1, and it says, on the 14th of February, I was provided with a copy of the representations made on behalf of Toshin Pandey.
Oh, yes.
In those representations, mention is made of the recordings which were played to Toshin Pandey during a meeting held on the 18th of September 2011 at KwaZulu-Natal SAPS Provincial Headquarters in General Dina Moodley's office and in the presence of General Dina Moodley upon his instructions. The recordings consisted of recorded telephone conversations Toshin Pandey had with various people, including amongst others, the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner and Toshin Pandey's attorney. Now, you mentioned earlier that it is later, and I will take you to it, averred, Chair, that this is one of the reasons, it is another ground that was given by the advocate for not pursuing the matter and proceeding with the prosecutions, was that there was this breach of attorney and client privilege, and Toshin Pandey had been told that they knew what his defense was.
Chair, first of all, we did not see the representation, so the correctness of what is written here, I'm not aware of, but my comment on what is written here is that Toshin Pandey at that stage could not have known what the charges is going to be against him. There's no draft charge sheet. How can he, at this point in time, or Toshin Pandey allege that everybody knew, according to the recordings which the presentation was made to him, now they can say that now we know what your defense is. That is nonsense. Nobody knows even what the charge is going to be at the end of the day. How are we going to know what your defense is?
Well, isn't the position that if he knew what was being investigated, namely that he paid money to the provincial commissioner, he paid for the birthday party of the provincial commissioner's husband, he may have been able to have an idea what the possible charge could be, even if it had not been formally drafted, that it would be maybe corruption.
I agree, Chair, that the person would have an idea what he's going to be charged with, but it's just an idea. I mean, to work out an idea, and he hasn't received, or it hasn't been served the charge sheet, the indictment, then I'm surely, only when you receive the indictment, then you are actually aware exactly how to work your defense out and how you're going to handle this case in the first place. But by trying to say that the ideas, I know what you're going to charge me for, and so the idea of can't get that together, that we know what his defense can be at that point in time, because there was no indictment at that time.
Well, if he knew that whatever the charge is, it revolved around either bribery or corruption, maybe, corruption arising out of the fact that he gave money to the provincial commissioner, he could think of what explanation he would give for why he gave that money. And that explanation that he could think of could be a defense to say, there was nothing wrong with that money, she owed me a certain amount, I can prove it, or I owed her a certain amount, I can prove it, I was just refunding her. So from that perspective, it may be possible.
I agree with you, it's possible, Chief, from that perspective, yes, but that's just the way I
That's how you saw it, yeah.
That's how I saw it,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Thank you. Now, if we can go back to affidavit.
Well, I thought you were going to refer to another document where I believed you were saying this witness responded to the points made.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did, Chair. So if you just bear with
Well,
me, I'm
let's
going to
cover
get
that before you go back to the
I'll
affidavit.
do that, yes. Sorry, Chair, if you'll just bear with me, I just need to find my place and just my reference.
There's a document at page 106, and then I think you had referred to page 114 at
Yes.
some stage. I don't know whether that's the end of that
Yes.
document.
And that was, I was trying to explain to you, Chair, before we went back, is there is this document which is annexed to the affidavit as Annexure JVL 6, and it is, which the witness has said, was the response to the averments that were made by Advocate Litsolo.
Yes, but what I'm saying is...
Now, this is incomplete, and you can see that it doesn't end. So I asked that we obtain a complete copy, and that was obtained this morning, Chair, from the actual docket, and you will find that document and as an additional document which has been placed into your bundle, Chair, and it's
let's talk
at
about...
page 308.
Hang on. Let's talk about what needs to be done. Then we can
Yes.
look for the documents in the bundle.
Yes,
If the witness prepared a document that was, in effect, a response to Advocate Letswalo's memo that we have just dealt with, we need to deal with that document.
Yes.
The witness needs to confirm that
yes,
that's his document, and then he needs to, or you need to take him to the main points he makes in the
Yes.
document.
Yes, I intend to
even
do
if
that.
we don't go through everything.
yes, I intend to do that.
Yeah.
Could you have a look at the document on page 308?
Yes, Chair.
I think I've in the past asked that the legal team should tell the people who paginate bundles not to write on top of the red page numbers. You see now on some of the pages you look and you can't see what the red number is because they've written something else on top of it.
Yes, Chair, I think, to be fair to them, that what has happened is that these documents have been taken out of the docket and they're paginated in the docket or in matters before court. They are paginated. They
But the
are
red pagination
scanned.
is ours, isn't it?
The red is ours, and that then ends up going on top, but one can't see it.
No. Or is it the red that is on top of the black?
I believe so.
But then whoever it is it not the same people? They must just make sure, then they put, ones who put the red numbers should just make sure that they are not put together with something else, because then we can't see what the page number is. I think I had asked that they should do that in the past.
Yes,
so
and I
somebody can repeat that to them.
Yes, Chair. Well, and I'm having exactly the same difficulty as you. I often have to look at the following page to see what this page number is. It does make it very difficult.
It's common sense. You know.
Yes, and I'll take it up with them.
Yeah, okay.
Could you have a look at page 316?
316.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Is that your signature?
That is correct, Chair.
And is this a response that you compiled to the reasons provided by Advocate Letsolo why he was not going to pursue 781?
Yes, Chair, I was the author, but it was done with Colonel Governor and Colonel Philip Harris. We all sat together and came to this.
Okay. Tell us what the main points are that you put in this memo to express your views about Advocate Letsolo's memo.
Chief, I can recall is that I think we mentioned that there was no representation was given to us in the first place, and also that
if you say the points that you already told me earlier on, why you were disagreeing with Advocate Swallow, are also included here. You can just confirm that. If there are others that you didn't mention earlier, which are in the memo, just tell me those.
Chair, what I've mentioned earlier is in the memo here about the meetings. If you just go through here, about the representations, about the Act 70.
Mr. Johnson, you can assist him.
Yes, I will
if it's
assist.
something in the memo, because
Yes,
it's not
I
like
will
you're telling
assist.
him something that
Yes.
he is not in the document. This is
Yes.
his document.
Yes, it is.
You can highlight, get him to confirm the main points.
Well, if one has first, you deal with what is, he says in paragraph 2 on page 99, you can, so just keep your finger there, yes, at the other one, and then look at page 2, paragraph 2 on page 99. You need to give me the paginated numbers of the
Did you say page 99? Did you say page 99? Why are we going to page 99 now?
Because I just want to show you, Chair, I'll tell you why we're going to page 99, is the difficulty that I have now, and perhaps I can resolve this over the lunch break, is that because we only obtained the complete copy of this document later, early this morning, I worked on the incomplete document that is at page 99. So all my notes are there. I then said to you, we have obtained the signed copy, which we now know is at page 308. But for me, it might be of assistance if we could still work on the document at page 99, because that's where I have my notes.
That will be confusing, okay.
If it's confusing, perhaps in the lunch break, what I'll do.
Yeah, use the lunch break so that you use the correct document.
Yes,
Okay, maybe we should adjourn now.
perhaps we can
because-
adjourn, and that can
So that
assist me.
you don't skip to another issue before we deal with this one.
Yes, I would appreciate that.
Okay, we are going to take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn.
Thank you.
All right. Mic 1 test. Mic 2 test. Mic 3 test. Mic 4 test. Mic 5 test. Mic 6 test. Mic 7 test. Mic 8 test. Mic 9 test. Mic 10 test. Mic 11 test.
contained the incorrect annexures. So what happened is the annexures that should have gone to Mr. Pandey went to his mother, and the annexure that should have gone to his mother went to Mr. Pandey. His attorney did write a letter to the Commission on the 19th of December asking for the correct annexures. However, as accommodative errors might have it, what transpired at the Commission is that there was a lady at the Secretariat who was dealing with the emails that were coming in. That person worked until the 20th of December, resigned, and a new person commenced dealing with the emails from the 20th of December. And it appears that that email of the 19th of December wasn't picked up, it wasn't responded to, and it fell through the cracks. What then transpired is, because the Rule 3...
Well, when the acting secretary came back, she would have been expected to say to the people, bring me all the emails that came in while I was away. And then that is when that email of 19 December should have been picked up.
Yes,
by the right person.
I can give no defense with regard to that whatsoever. It may well be that, but the facts are that it wasn't picked up. But, Chair, what then occurred is on the 9th, because the Rule 33 notices at that stage, it wasn't clear on what date the persons in respect of whom Rule 3 notices were served were going to testify. On the 9th of January, a notice was sent out saying that Colonel Van Loggerenberg would be testifying, and it was a notice sent to Mr. Pandey in respect of Mr. Van Loggerenberg and also in respect of Mr. White. There has been correspondence with the attorney and the Secretariat in respect of the notice of Mr. White. And at no stage at that point was it asked, but you haven't responded and we're still waiting for something in respect of Mr. Van Loggerenberg. And with respect, Chair,
what is the conclusion of the letter
the conclusion
of
of
yesterday?
The letter
What do
it says,
suggest should be done?
The letter says you must draw, I am prejudiced by the fact that I have got the wrong annexures. You must draw this to the attention of the Chair before the proceedings commence. And I demand that you put this letter before the Chair, before the proceedings commence. This wasn't done, as I said, because this letter was only picked up by the Commission at 11 o'clock. And then inquiries have then, for the last few hours, have been carried on as to actually what transpired. And obviously now I'm drawing it to your attention as it's been drawn to mine.
So Mr. Pandey got the Rule 33 notice in regard to this witness statement and got this witness statement or relevant pages thereof, but just didn't get annexures. Is that right? Or didn't get the right annexures?
Unfortunately, he got the Rule 3.3 notice, but the annexures also, I understand, include the passages from the affidavit.
Did he get some of the correct annexures and didn't get others, or did he get all the wrong annexures?
I'm instructed he got all the wrong annexures. So he got his mother's annexures.
How did that happen? Do you know?
The only explanation that I can think of is that the there was a mistake made because the surnames were the same. And when looking for the email addresses which would be provided to the Secretariat to send Rule 33 notices, that is how that error occurred. So instead of sending the ones to the mother that should have gone to the mother, the ones that went to Mr. Pandey got his mother and he got his mother's.
Well,
His mother got his.
I've previously said that the putting together of annexures and the bundles, annexures to a statement, to ensure the correct sequence and to ensure that the correct annexures are all attached, that should be attached, is the responsibility of the evidence leader or the member of the legal team who is responsible for that matter, even if later on he or she might not be the one to lead the evidence. At any particular time, there is supposed to be a member of the legal team who is responsible for
Yes,
the
Chair,
matter. And I've said that if a member of the legal team takes the statement of the witness or determines the relevant portions of that statement that should be sent to an implicated person and identifies all the annexures that should be attached, attaches those, and then hands over to the rest of the staff in circumstances where nobody can will need at the admin office or the secretariat will need to make up their minds what annexures go with what. They must just know when it's received. This statement is with these annexures. Then if that has been happening, or if this had happened here, then this wouldn't have happened, I would imagine.
Yes, Chair. And Chair, I must say that I didn't prepare the Rule 33 notices in respect of this witness. It was done by another evidence leader. But at the same time, there is a whole process that seems to take place in order for, they call them extractions, which means taking the relevant paragraphs out of the statements and extracting the correct annexures. And the legal team is required to identify precisely which annexures go to which witness in preparing the Rule 33 notice. That is correct. But it would appear that the wrong annexures did in fact go.
Yeah, and I think, well, maybe what should be done is to make sure that before a Rule 33 notice is sent off, the relevant member of the legal team sees for the last time whether everything is in order before it's sent off. Because
Yes.
then they can pick up if there is a problem.
Yes.
Even though they may have put in the correct annexures, if something in the meantime has happened.
Yes,
Because
Chair. I think
then
a
we can
final
avoid
check would
this.
probably be very advantageous.
Yeah. Well, you will need to be involved in assisting with the response to the letter.
Yes, I will.
And making sure that the correct annexures are sent to him without delay.
Apparently, I'm told it has now been done.
Just check
And I
whether
will
what
check
has been
that.
sent off
I
is the
will.
right thing.
I'll double check.
And then you were saying something about the date, him being told about the date when this witness would give evidence. Is there an issue there or is there no issue?
No,
There's no issue
there
there.
isn't an issue with regard to that date. The issue what was raised, Chair, was that you sent me a notice on this date but didn't respond to what I asked you on the 19th.
Yeah, okay.
That was the
Okay,
issue
all right.
about the date.
Okay, all right. No, that's fine. Get involved in the preparation of the response
I will.
to that. Okay, all right.
I will, Chair.
Well, let's continue then.
Chair, before the lunch adjournment, we were dealing with the response sent by the witness to Advocate Letsololo's reasons provided for...
I'm sorry, do you know why this bundle is now opened on a page that has got a judgment, page 275? That's not
No.
the page I had opened when I left here. Did anybody
No.
touch here? You
Actu-
wouldn't know, I guess.
I certainly didn't.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's fine. The security people will tell me. Okay, all right, let's continue.
Thank you. We were dealing with the responses, and during the course of the lunch adjournment, I read through those responses, and I don't think I need to canvass anything particular in detail with you, because a large part of it has now been dealt with by the witness.
Okay, that's fine.
There is one aspect that I thought perhaps I should deal with, and that is this. It is the submission made at the end by Advocate Letsolo. It appears on page 103, and it's paragraph 7.
Paragraph, page?
103, paragraph 7.
Yes.
And there it is said, it is submitted with respect that the issue surrounding the tapping of the phones is inextricably linked to the manner in which the evidence was obtained in this matter, that the evidence as it stands at this point is irredeemably stained. To take this case to court under these circumstances would mean that I, as the prosecutor, will have to turn a blind eye to the manner in which the evidence had been obtained and subject the judicial process in moral defilement, something I'm not prepared to do. And he then refers to the cases, and in paragraph 7.4 concludes, I am not prepared as a representative of the state to go to court with dirty hands. I do not want to be seen to be condoning improper investigative techniques by the police. Chair, if I might then just go to the witness's response to this, and that appears from page 314, Chair. And if I might read it to you and ask you to comment, Colonel Van Loggerenberg. In paragraph 4.12, this is what you say. Once again, the evidence has been collected in a professional manner in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act. There is absolutely no evidence to even suggest that the Bill of Rights and the Constitution has been violated. We are of the opinion that Advocate Letsolo's finding is based on information that is not at his disposal and which was not contained in the docket. The investigation team take exception to the fact that Advocate Letsolo is making serious allegations against the integrity of the investigation team in that they have obtained evidence improper, illegally, which is a violation of the Constitution. The investigation team denies this accusation strongly. The national head of the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation, SAPS, take these allegations against its members in a very serious light when its members are accused of obtaining evidence in an improper or illegal manner which violates the Act, Bill of Rights, or the Constitution. And then in paragraph 4.13, there is absolutely no link surrounding the tapping of the phones and the evidence produced to Advocate Letsolo. According to the investigation team, he is not even concerned about the facts put before him, but he would rather direct the attention to other so-called factors which he claims are influencing the case, of which he has no sight, insight, or knowledge of. The impression is created by Advocate Letsolo that the Act 70 and the evidence produced is linked. Based on the evidence before Advocate Letsolo, and still suggest that the evidence is irredeemably tainted is an irresponsible statement based on no facts at all.
That is correct, Chair.
You confirm that that remains your position?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah. And as far as you know, did he ever become aware of your response to his memo?
I don't know, Chair. It might be via our head office and,
Yes.
and the National Prosecuting Head Office. I don't know.
Yes. But was, since then, has he ever, as far as you know, said what facts or what evidence emanated from the monitoring of the telephone conversations of Mr. Pandey could be found in the evidence of the case that you presented before me?
Chair, not up until this day.
Yes.
He has mentioned anything that can prove or show
Yes.
that evidence from the Act 70 was used in Durban Central Case 781.
Yeah. Okay.
And then on page 316, paragraph 4.16, in response to the last paragraph, it is said, the contents are noted. In light of all the explanations in the paragraph above, the investigation team has spent many an hour and expenses to state, to gather evidence and to produce that to a prosecutor for positive decision. The investigation team is still of the opinion that there is a prima facie case, and as informed by the prosecutor personally, that the evidence produced was good. The investigation team disagrees to the prosecutor's decision, as he has based his decision on representations received from the defense, and which we are of the opinion was never properly investigated, and the investigation team was never consulted or shown the representation to give a comment. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, Chair. I can just further state that everything in 781 is done according to the law. Every single thing. To corroborate what I'm saying is that after the doc has been handed over to IPID, their advocates came and interviewed us and saw us with Mr. McBride. At no stage whatsoever did they point to us, this is incorrect, or this was obtained illegally, or anything like that. Even after that, Advocate Gerry Nel, the case was given to him at some stage. He came and interviewed us in Durban, and he agrees with us 200%. There is no evidence that something was used in Act 70 in 781, and he still maintains that it was a good case, and he was going to take it further. But at the end of the day, it was taken away from him.
Prior to this case, 781, had you been involved in any investigations where you took the docket to, or the docket was taken to this prosecutor?
No, Chair, this is the first time I dealt with
This was the first time?
Yes, Chair, this is the first time I dealt with
Okay, all right.
Then, if we can go back to your statement, page 13. And I'm dealing now with paragraph 11. And we have dealt with the fact that you reported the withdrawal of the case to Dramat, and the memorandum we've been dealing with was prepared by you. Was that on the instructions of Mr. Dramat to respond to the allegations of Advocate Letsolo?
That is correct, Chair.
Now, could you tell the Chair, how did Brigadier Van Graan become involved? You referred to paragraph 11.11.
Sir, when General Ramat received our responses to Advocate Letsolo's letter, he then appointed Brigadier Van Graan, who is in our legal section head office, to come down and to come and look at the investigation and the docket that we've got. Brigadier Van Graan did come down, I met him, and he went through the docket and he went through the evidence that we've presented to him, and he was happy with everything that he saw and agreed that, there's a case here.
I'm sorry, I think I may have missed where you are, Ms. Wenzel.
Chair,
What page are you on?
it's page 13, paragraph 11.1.
Page 13. Paragraph 11.11. 11.11.
Yes.
Okay, is that still under the case 781?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Now, what did General Dramat do after that?
Chair, General Ramat then wrote to Advocate Vimbani, and then he disagreed with the decision of Advocate Letsolo, and he asked Advocate Vimbani if she agrees with Advocate Letsolo's findings on the docket.
And
Advocate,
if we can just stop, so for completeness, if we have a look at the document on page 116, is this the response sent by General Dramat to Advocate Vimbani?
that is correct, Chair. This is the document.
What page is that, Ms. Wenzel, again?
It's page 116 to 117.
116.
Yes.
Is that the document we were on a little earlier?
No.
Oh, that's a different one. Yes, okay.
So as I understand it, what has transpired is that Advocate Letsolo provides reasons for his decision not to prosecute. Dramat asks the investigators to respond. They do respond. He then goes to a legal person in the police and says, please look at what's happening. He's told there is a good case, and he then writes to Advocate Vimbani, and you remember this is the other advocate who was involved, and says, are you also in agreement that this matter shouldn't continue? And do you confirm that at paragraphs 116 to 117, the reasons provided are in line with what you had said in your representations?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah, mention 2 or 3 important ones, and then we can move on in this document from Mr. Dramat.
I don't know what he essentially says is that in paragraph 3, that I wish to place on record that the above allegations are categorically denied. None of the evidence in the investigation pertaining to Durban Case 781 was obtained by means of interception, and there's no such evidence contained in the docket. The evidence in Durban Central Case 781 comprises straightforward documentary evidence seized during lawful search and seizure operations, affidavits of witnesses, and a comprehensive forensic report compiled by PricewaterhouseCoopers. Since this was an ordinary commercial crime investigation of the Directorate, there was no need for the Directorate to rely on interception as provided for in the Regulation of Interception and Provision of Communication-Related Information Act. If I can just pause there. that itself, is it correct, was what was said
From the outset.
but that was also said by Advocate Letsolo.
That is correct.
Yes, and I see that in that letter, Mr. Tramat also points out what I believe you would say is the correct position, namely that the interception related to the death threats and really was not in respect of the investigation in 781.
That is correct.
That's pointed out.
That is correct.
Yeah, I think that's enough. We can
Thank you.
move on, yeah.
Did Advocate Vumbani respond to this letter from General?
Chair, as far as I know, she did not respond to this letter. What she did, she actually forwarded this letter on to Advocate Lawrence Muwerbi. He was the
Advocate?
Lawrence Muwerbi.
Mkhwebi, yeah, okay.
He was, at that point in time, I think the national head of this
Of special crime
commercial
unit.
courts. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And we were told that there was only one line reply from him, and his reply was that there's nothing to state at this stage. That's all, nothing else.
There is nothing to
He
say?
had nothing to state at this stage.
Oh, but
That's all.
we don't have that email or document here.
No,
do we?
we don't have that, but that will be on their files in head office. Chair.
Yes. So he said there's nothing to state.
At this stage, yes.
Oh,
That's all.
yeah. And you saw that?
Yes, we saw
email?
that, yes.
Yeah. So he did not respond to the substantive argument put forward by Mr. Tramat to say this decision not to prosecute has no proper grounds.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay.
Then, if I might refer you to the document on page 119,
Yes, Chair.
and it's a memorandum prepared by Advocate Noko, dated the 21st of October 2014, to the South African Police investigating officers. Have you seen this memorandum?
Yes, Chair, I have seen this memorandum.
And what is important is that it is stated in the opening paragraph that, and we will recall you the evidence that you gave, and remember the letter which you said was provided to Advocate, the advocate at court for the hearing of one of the cases, which said, I believe in the interest of justice.
Yes,
Something
yes.
has come to my attention, and in the interest of justice, the matter must be provisionally withdrawn. Do you
Yes,
recall that?
Yes, I recall that, Chair.
So he is now referring to that in the first paragraph, and he said, I had previously provisionally withdrawn this matter on the basis that there were considerations of justice that I had to look into in order to arrive at a proper decision that is in the interest of justice. These have been so looked into, and my decision is indicated hereunder with substantiation. Now, what is he referring to? Is it were the representations made prior to the matter being withdrawn or not?
Chair, I wouldn't know that because we received no representations as far as I know.
Yes. Now, by the way, the case where she had said should be withdrawn, the case that she said should be withdrawn because there was something that she still needed to look into, was that 466? Was that case 466?
That is correct, Chair.
Oh, okay, all right. Yes.
And
You have looked at this letter.
Yes, Chair,
Yeah,
I
what
looked at...
was she saying in this letter?
Chair, she goes...
Or memo?
She goes through all the cases and trying to convince us.
And maybe just to go back, 466 is the cash in the boot case?
That's it, right, Chair, the corruption matter?
Yeah, that relates to Colonel Madu.
Yes, and then
Yes.
there was case 328, that's a party docket from,
Yes.
the party docket?
Okay. So she writes this letter to indicate what she has found in looking into the issues that she was going to look into and to say what the way forward would be.
In all these dockets, yes, Chair.
Yes. What did she say the way forward would be? What was the conclusion into those issues that she had wanted to look into?
Chair, to be honest with you, I did not put much weight in what you said in this letter.
Yes, okay.
The reason being is that before we received the signed memorandum, this one, specifically this one, we were at our office and Colonel Jones came to the office and he called myself and Colonel Governor and Colonel Herbst and he asked us to come to his office or into some office, but we met with him and then he had a draft of this report, unsigned and tried to convince us to go through this and see if we agree with this and to see if all the case numbers are correct.
Did you say to see if all the case numbers are correct?
Yes, that, and also if we agree with the stuff, the content of and then furthermore, he placed his phone in the center of the table, and that's not his common way of doing things, but I just asked him, where did you get this letter from? And he said, well, don't worry about that, just read it.
I see that in the conclusion, she says she declines to prosecute both Colonel Madu and Mr. Pandey for corruption or any offense in the 466 case. She says this is due to lack of reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution, as explained and substantiated above. She says there appears to be agendas among the parties and scores to be settled. Unfortunately, we appear to be used to assist whoever to settle those scores and push those agendas. We are expected to act impartially and ethically in the execution of our duties as officials of the NPA. That's my indication that we are being used in a manner that flies in the face of our values. Ethics and code of conduct must be avoided and not be entertained at all. That's your correction of is that your recollection of what the memorandum is saying?
Chair, I was just busy to tell you that Colonel Jones came with a draft of this letter to our office.
Before it was signed?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just wondered, how did Colonel Jones get this draft in the first place?
Yes.
It's not natural to give a draft report from the NPA to the head of the unit and say, approach the people.
Yes.
And go through them and see if they agree with it and if the case numbers are right. I mean, it's the first time in the history in my police career that this ever happened.
Yes. And again, Colonel Jones, what was his position again?
He was the head of the ACTT Durban.
Oh, in Devon?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, okay.
And it just took us aback. That's why.
Yes.
I asked him why he got this thing. He said, don't worry about how I got hold of it. Just go through it. And I actually refused. I didn't go through it. We just left the meeting.
Why did you leave the meeting? If you could just explain
because
that.
it's, first of all, it's improper. I mean, and
But you just, you said earlier that you say he put his phone in the middle of the table and
yes,
that
he
was
put his phone in the
unusual.
middle of the table trying to record us. But when we noticed that, then he told us what the purpose of his visit is in the meeting. And I just said, look, I actually got annoyed and I got cross.
Yes.
I'm not interested in reading it.
Yeah.
All of us and we just left.
Yes.
Then afterwards, it came signed an investigation. Yeah, but this, no, but questions are asked. How did Jones get this letter? Why?
Yes.
Who instructed him to come to us? It's unheard of.
Yes.
You said earlier in your evidence that you didn't involve Jones in this investigation. Why was that?
Gee, I did not trust him, to put it bluntly. That's why we never reported the cases to him.
Yes.
Now, if I can just show you what is said, there are just one or two things I'd like you to comment on, and if we can look at page 120, paragraph 2.3, please.
2.2.
Yes. 2.3, and that deals with case 781, in respect of which you were the lead investigator. Case 781 was dealt with by the Specialized Commercial Crime Unit, SCCU, in Durban and disposed of recently with a decision not to prosecute anyone, as there was no evidence to prosecute any person with any offence. It has been revealed by the SCCU that the SAPS members who were charged with the investigation of this 781 case was gunning for the prosecution of a specific person, Lieutenant General Mkubeni, and Mr. Pandey and Colonel Madhu were being pressurized to falsely implicate her in the commission of criminal offences with the promise that they will be exonerated in 781. When the SAPS investigators realized that the PC cannot be charged in this case 781 simply because there is no evidence against her, one investigating officer reportedly said that the SCCU prosecutor may as well just close the 781 case. It appears Mr. Pandey and Colonel Madhu featured nowhere in the 781. Then, as the focus was on the PC, one then may ask a question: why was Colonel Madhu arrested in the 466 case? Was this a lawfully justified arrest, or was it a way to pressurize him to implicate the PC, as he, Colonel Madhu, even mentions in his representation that he was being regularly interviewed by the IOs, so he falsely implicate the PC, which he flatly refused. Can you comment on that?
Chair, I didn't have words to describe when I read this paragraph, to be honest with you. She had access to the dockets, all of the dockets. And if she had access to all of the dockets and she looked at all of the dockets, how could she even say that there's no evidence against Pandey and Madhu in 781? The affidavits are there. The forensic report is there. Everything is there. So to make this allegation, I can't add up how she came to this conclusion. And the PC as well. I mean, the evidence is there. Everything is there. The reports are there. The affidavits are there. But what we later discovered is that the PC's contract was running out. And the commissioner at that time was Ria Piecha. And it's obvious that she was aware of this investigation and all the other investigations. She needed something from local to exonerate the PC and anybody else to renew the PC's contract for another 5 years. And that was the purpose of this letter. Why else would it be? It's not normal that every provincial DPP writes to the police in respect of 7 or 8 cases, or to our police headquarters, head office, but specifically mentioning all these cases, mentioning the PC, there's no cases against anybody. But This was purely done, requested from the National Commissioner, so that she could have something in her file to say, allegations been made, I've got this from Advocate Noko, she's satisfied there's no basis of any allegations in any of these cases against any of these men, so I'm going to extend the contract for another 5 years with the police force.
And was the contract renewed for the PC?
Yes, it was, Chair, it was renewed.
And then if we may continue on paragraph 2.4, it says...
Sorry, what page is that?
Sorry, page 120, the same page we were on. The SCCU revealed the scheming and intercepting of phone calls of inter alia Mr. Pandey with a motive and agenda to falsely implicate certain people. They allegedly even went further to even boast to Mr. Pandey, telling him that they know what his defense in 781 will be, as they heard his discussions with his legal representative through the intercepted calls, which is what we've seen there. And then it said in 2.5, Mr. Pandey was even promised by SAPS members in the 781 case that if he falsely implicates the PC, they would get rid of the 466 case. It was further explained to Mr. Pandey that the benefit of this sort incrimination of the PC for them will be that the PC will be forced to resign, and then Major General Boyson will become the next KwaZulu-Natal PC. Further, Major General Dina Mudley would remain in control of the secret fund. Can you comment on that?
Chair, this is absolutely nonsense. Rubbish, to put it that way, in a stronger manner. There is no way that Pandey approached any one of us to allegedly state what you wrote in this paragraph here. And there is no way that General Boyson wanted to become the PC. There's no way that General Boyson could get access to the funds, to the secret funds. It's only crime intelligence. They've got a secret fund. They're a different division from us. They're not within the Hawks. They're in a completely different division. So he couldn't get his hands on the secret fund. So I don't know how she got this. What was put in front of her to come to a conclusion like this, or is it thumb sucking? This is the only way I can see it.
I would have thought that the appointment of Ms. Ngobeni, the provincial commissioner, as provincial commissioner of SAPS in KZN would have been seen as a very good step in terms of transformation, gender transformation in the whole country and within SAPS as a whole. Do you know whether that is how it was seen when the appointment was made, or is that something you wouldn't have?
Chair, I'm honest with you, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Yes.
I can't actually comment on anything on that.
I'm just wondering, do you know whether at that time there were any other female provincial commissioners in the whole country under SAPS?
Chair, I couldn't answer you on that.
You wouldn't know?
I wouldn't know, Chair.
Yeah, I'm just wondering to what extent it would have been an easy thing in the context of gender transformation, which the whole public service subscribes to, that having found a female to put in a position such as provincial commissioner, that if she goes, they would go and take a white male and put him in that position. I'm just not sure what the chances are of obviously can't mean that it could not be done, because if there were no people, then there would be no people. But I wonder what the chances are that such a thing could have happened.
Chair, I hear what you say, but unfortunately, these decisions are made in head office alone.
Yes, yes, yes.
Us at ground level wouldn't know the reason for appointing that person to that position or that person.
You can't comment, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you. Then, it was also said in, or suggested in paragraph 2.3 on page 120 that Colonel Madhu was, in a sense, offered a deal if he would implicate the PC. Did any of the investigators ever offer a deal to Mr. Pandey or to Mr. Madhu to implicate the PC?
Chair, no deals were offered to anybody. The evidence is overwhelming. The documentation is there. The forensic report is there. Everything is there. Why do you want to make a deal with a person? Okay, it happens in some other smaller matters that, if you need some evidence, you're short of evidence, want to testify against the other. But in this matter, in this case, 781, you never promised anybody or requested or approached anyone to come with a deal to testify against anybody else.
But did you ever get shown any statement signed by anybody to back up this allegation of a promise to him, to say the investigator has promised him something? Was there an affidavit, a statement on which this allegation is based, to say, here is the source from which we get this information that the investigator has promised Colonel Madhu something?
Nothing, Chief, nothing whatsoever. Nothing.
Nothing was ever shown to you?
Nothing ever was shown to us, nothing.
And nothing that was within the docket contained that?
That's right, that's correct, Chair.
And the decision whether to prosecute or not to prosecute has to be made on the basis of the information in the docket and not outside the docket.
That is correct, Chair. 200% correct, Chair.
If there was any evidence that the investigators had made such a promise to Colonel Madhu, then there should have been an affidavit or statement signed by somebody who was present when that promise was made, and that should have been in the docket.
Yes, Chair. That's a correct procedure.
Yeah, okay.
Then, if I might draw your attention and ask your comment to the further statements made by Advocate Noko, if we can go back to page 121 and paragraph 2.6. The 781 matter, which forms the basis and reason for the alleged corruption of Major General Boyson by Colonel Madhu, was found to be non-existent by the SCCU.
No, this is incorrect, Chair.
And the reference to the case number should be obviously 466.
Yes.
781.
781 was the 20
Procurement.
The procurement, and 466 was the corruption case with Colonel Madhu and General Boyson.
So now I'm going to just read to you why it is suggested that there is also no case in 466 and ask for your comment. It says, Major General Boyson is the complainant and the only witness in the 466 case against Mr. Pandey and Colonel Madhu. The very Mr. Pandey and Colonel Madhu who allegedly refused to pave the way for him to become the next KwaZulu-Natal PC by refusing to falsely implicate the current Provincial Commissioner General Nkobeni. Was Major General Boyson the complainant?
He was a witness in this matter, Chair.
It is then said in paragraph 2.8.
Sorry. Going back to paragraph 2.7, says the very Mr. Pandey and Colonel Madhu who allegedly refused to pave the way for him to become the next KZN SAP as Provincial Commissioner by refusing to falsely implicate the current Provincial General Ngobeni. Now, the suggestion here is that Mr. Pandey and Colonel Madhu had been asked to implicate the Provincial Commissioner and they refused. I take it that maybe they think the suggestion is that General Boysen asked them to do that, or somebody asked them on behalf of
General Boysen.
General Boysen.
It's hard to believe, really.
Yes.
It's very hard to believe.
Yes, certainly you are saying that you didn't do that.
No, definitely not.
And
No.
as far as you know, whoever was involved in the investigation with you did not do that.
That's correct, yes.
But my question then is, in regard to this allegation, did you ever get given any statement or affidavit made by anybody saying who it was that was said to have made this promise to or request to these two people? Did you ever get given a statement, an affidavit, where somebody says, I was present when so-and-so asked Pandey, Mr. Pandey or Colonel Madhu to implicate the Provincial Commissioner, or a statement by them or any one of them saying, I was approached by so-and-so who asked me to implicate the PC? Did you ever get given anything like
Nothing,
that?
nothing whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever.
And did you ever see in the docket any document like that signed by anybody?
No, Chair. Nothing, Chair. Nothing whatsoever.
Yes. And what you never saw, where maybe this might have been said, was the representations that came from Mr. Pandey.
It could be possibly, yes, Chair.
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
It may be that in those representations, that kind of allegation was made, but it should have been put before you so that you could refute it if that was your position.
That is correct, Chair. It was never done.
Do you know of any reason why it wasn't done?
No, Chair, I couldn't think of any reason. It's just, as I said, at the end of the day, my gut was it was a political decision. The less we knew, the less we close this matter, the better for everybody.
Now, by that time, or even before you retired, you had been involved in investigations of numerous cases over the years.
That's correct, Chair.
And there must have been a number of cases where prosecutors received representations from accused persons or suspects about requesting them to withdraw or not to prosecute. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
And over the years, are you able to say to me, almost invariably, the prosecutors would give you, as an investigating officer, copies of such representations so that you could comment, or are you not able to say that?
Yes, Chair. Every case in the past that I've dealt with, where we received the representations, or the prosecutor received the representations, the first thing is he'll phone me, says, come to my office. Look what we've got here. We've got the representations. Let's work through them. And then we work through them, and if need be, we need to get evidence or to pen affidavits, or that's how the way it's dealt with. The prosecutor and investigator, they work through the report. It always happened in the past. Always, always, always.
And you might not, with regard to Advocate, this was Advocate Noko, that was declining to prosecute him?
Letsolo.
Letsolo.
Yeah, Letsolo.
Yeah, you said you were dealing with him for the first time.
That's correct, Chair.
Now, in respect of other prosecutors in that office in KZN that you had dealt with, did they also follow the process that you have just described? Namely, if there were representations from an accused person or a suspect, they would call in the investigator and say, look what we have got, let's deal with it.
Chair, as far as I know, that all of them do that. Yes.
Yes. And do you know how long Advocate Letsolo had been a prosecutor as at that time? Was it somebody new who had just joined?
No, Chair, no, he wasn't new. I recall that Colonel Pitt, who I believe is going to come to the commission
Deploy.
next. Pitt,
Yes, but he was not new.
He was not new. No, he was not new.
And would you have any doubt in your mind that he would know that this is the procedure based on his experience as you understood it?
Definitely, Chair, yes.
Yes, okay.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. If one has regard to paragraph 2.8, page 121, which I just read to you, is it correct that is it Colonel Boyson? That General Boyson responded to these allegations, and that document is found at page 128.
Sorry, can you just repeat
I'm
that?
sorry, you said paragraph 2.8 and then?
So 2.8, all these allegations, is it correct that General Boyson responded to what he calls a missive from Advocate Noko, and that document is found at page 128?
Hang on. Let's finish with 2.8 first.
Yes.
Before you move on.
I want to put to him what General Boyson's response to this was.
Okay, before you do that, look at paragraph 2.8.
On page 121.
121, yes.
Yes.
It says the 466 case is investigated by the members of the police who fall under the command of Major General Boyson, who is the complainant in the 466 case. Their objectivity dealing with this case becomes questionable, especially with the Cato Meno case cloud hanging over their heads. This, I believe, would shake their credibility, and the court would view all these in favor of the two, Mr. Pandey and Colonel Medu. How does that, do you understand how the Cato Meno case becomes relevant for this purpose here? In terms of your investigation, how would that affect
I've got no idea,
your
Chair,
credibility? Do you understand? I just want to make sure
No,
that...
I don't understand, Chair, but the only thing I know is that it's common knowledge that General Boyson was the provisional head of the Hawks.
Yes.
So automatically, he's our provincial commander.
Yes.
But the other comment about the Cato Manor case, had nothing to do with that case or that investigation whatsoever. And the people in my team was not connected to the Cato Manor case.
Yes.
It's Colonel Governor, Colonel Philip Herbst, and myself.
Yes.
We never worked at Cato Manor.
Yes.
We were never charged at Cato Manor.
And you are not suspects in the Cato Manor
Never,
case?
ever.
You see, I'm trying to understand how that case, the existence of that case, is said to have been something that the court would take into account against you in terms of your credibility. So I'm trying to see the rationality of this reason given here.
Chair,
So you say you were not suspects in the Cato Meno case.
No.
You had nothing to do with it. The only thing is that you were members of the Hawks in KZN, and Major General Boyson was the head.
That is correct.
That's your only connection.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Thank you.
And Chair, before I go on, because I'd just like to deal with it.
You may go on. I wanted to get
Yes.
clarity on that. You may go on in terms of what you were planning.
If I can just point out what General Boyson's response to these averments we've just read, and then I'll go back to the further ones.
And what page is that?
It's page 131,
131.
yes.
Yes.
At paragraph 2.7, he says, I am not the complainant in the matter of Durban case 466. This is disingenuous proposition by Advocate Noko so as to build a legend for imputations contained in paragraphs 2.8 and 2.9 infra. For one, the state is the complainant in the corruption matter. I am merely one of many witnesses. Advocate Noko clearly doesn't understand my role in this investigation. She also chooses to ignore the fact that the Durban Central Case 781 investigation was initiated by none other than the financial head of the province, Brigadier Lawrence Kemp. It is inconceivable that Brigadier Kemp knew about my aspirations as alleged by Advocate Noko, unless he obviously colluded with me to discredit the Provincial Commissioner. Had Advocate Noko, however, bothered to examine Brigadier Kemp's statement in Durban Case 781, she would have established the origin and source of this entire investigation.
That is correct, Chair.
And that statement is the statement that we were dealing with earlier in evidence of
Brigadier Lawrence
Brigadier
Kemp.
Kemp.
That's good. That is correct, Chair.
And then you quite correctly have pointed out, as he says also in at paragraph 2.8 on page 131, Advocate Noko is mendacious in stating that the investigator's officer's objectivity are questionable, especially as the Catamana case cloud hanging over their heads. The investigating officers in these matters are as follows. Case 781, Colonel Van Loggerenberg. Case 466, Colonel Deploy. Case 122, Colonel Herbst. None of these investigating officers were ever attached to the Catamana unit. They are not implicated in the Catamana issue at all, hence their credibility cannot be questioned as implied by Advocate Noko, which is what you've said.
That is correct, Chair.
And now let's see what is said.
Sorry. In 781, were you the only investigator? Or you had a team under you?
Yeah, or the team under me.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
No, that's fine.
Now, back to page 121, at paragraph 2.9, this is said, Major General Boyson, being the complainant in the 466 case, interfered with and exercised control in this case, even going to an extent of determining and deciding on who visits Colonel Madu when he was detained in Durban Central Prison cells in the 466 case. This is exhibited by the letter that was issued on his direct instruction to the Durban Central Police Station Commander, Brigadier Stokes. This letter dated the 16th of September 2011, addressed to all relief commanders and cell commander titled Visitation Durban Central Madu, provides that on the direct instruction from Major General Boyson, only the following persons will be allowed to visit him. Major General Boyson, 2 Major General Mudley. What is amazing with this is that Major General Boyson issues an instruction regarding who must visit a suspect in a case that he is the complainant himself. Further, he also has a visitation right in this, as it appears in the letter, him being mentioned as number 1 among those who are allowed to visit Colonel Badu. By the way, what would a complainant want to visit a suspect in their own case for? This is unheard of and smacks of an agenda. Can you comment on that?
I only became aware of this letter at the later stage, Chair. It's the only comment I can make on this.
I'll if I can tell you, if you go to page 132, what Colonel Boyson's response was, and perhaps you can comment on that. At paragraph 2.9, Advocate Noko is seriously misguided to suggest that I interfered with the exercise control in Durban Central Case 466. Had she complied with the NPA policy guidelines, she was at liberty to consult with me to establish the facts which I shall detail below. As the provincial head Hawks, it is incumbent upon me to exercise control over all investigations conducted by the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal. The National Directorate Head Hawks were kept abreast of all developments in the investigation. To suggest that I interfered with the investigation is akin to suggest that Advocate Noko herself is interfering with the functions of her subordinates. There is nothing mysterious regarding my instruction with regard to visits to Madu. Initial investigations revealed complicity by officers within SAPS. This entry into the occurrence book was made to obviate attempts by officers with malafide intentions. I have dealt with the matter regarding being the complainant above. Again, the tenor and tone of Advocate Noko's contentions appears to be that a defense counsel be that of a defense counsel rather than that of a prosecutor. The fact that I had not visited Colonel Madu at all subsequent to his arrest, or that I had not personally communicated with him directly or indirectly, demonstrates that Advocate Noko's assertion that it smacks of an agenda is misguided, and I reject it with contempt. Can you comment?
Yes, I agree with what General Boyson was saying. Okay.
And now,
Well, you are asking the witness to comment on just argument.
yes,
Really, I don't think we should spend time on this with this witness. General Boyson, if he didn't cover this when he gave evidence last year, would need to come in or at least do an affidavit confirming
yes,
that this was his memo and confirming the correctness
yes,
of this.
yes.
Otherwise, ask this witness questions that relate to matters where he can really add
Yes.
value.
There's only one final aspect that I would like you to comment on with regard to this document. If you could go to page 122, and it's paragraph 2.10. And I would like your comment on this. The allegation that the accused in 466, Mr. Pandey and Colonel Madu, wanted Major General Boyson to predate a report in the 781 case in order to have the Section 205 subpoenas set aside, subpoenas for access to the bank account records, and consequently bribed Major General Boyson to do that, does not really hold water, because the fact is that if there has been any corruption, bribing of Major General Boyson that took place, would not make the corruption and its successful prosecution impossible, as Sections 3B and 41B of the Prevention of Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004 state. The alleged report in the 781 case that it was alleged was to be predated to invalidate the Section 205 subpoenas did not suffice to prove fraud or any offence against anyone.
Ms. Denzel, that's all argument by General Boyson. It's not facts. Or a lot of it, at least.
Yes, it is.
Yes, but this witness, what do you want this witness to do about it?
What I want him to comment is this a reason? Because what is stated is, it's almost a circuitous reasoning, is that how is it possible that because there was this bribing, that it can have any effect on the subpoenas? And therefore, you cannot prosecute section, case 466. Okay.
That's argument.
I'll take the point. If we may then go back to your statement.
What page?
And page, I think we have dealt with paragraph 13. We've dealt, I think, mainly with what is said with regard to, this is actually quite important because there's further document that was located this morning, which I would like to deal with. If we can go to paragraph 13 on page 16. Now, you've
Yes.
said what transpired with this draft memorandum with Colonel Jones. You've indicated that the draft memorandum, which was ultimately prepared by Advocate Knuckle, was in Colonel Jones's possession.
And that is correct, Chair.
Now, was the case then withdrawn?
That is correct, Chair.
And what then did Colonel Jones do?
Chair, what Colonel Jones then did is he actually
Please help me with this.
wrote a letter to the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Kubeni, not the finance as I indicated in this evidence correction. He actually wrote a letter to the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Kubeni, stating that the case has been withdrawn and he heard from his attorneys and that the money that was been held must be paid out to Toshampandai, held by the police, must be paid out to Toshampandai. And as far as what we could gather, she actually, none of us knew about this letter. I mean, I don't know why, because General Boyson stopped this paying out. And Colonel Jones, writing a letter to the suspect in 781, requesting authorization to release the funds to pay out another suspect. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
That wouldn't normally be his business.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
So,
The suspect or his attorneys would be the ones who would be expected to write and say, now that the case is withdrawn, we believe our client should be paid.
that is correct, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You say in paragraph 13.12 that this annexure, this letter, was still to be located. Chair, the Commission investigators were able to obtain a copy of this from the National Prosecuting Authority from the docket.
The letter.
Yes, it
Yes.
is at the end of the bundle at page 399.
Don't seem to have 399.
399.
My last page seems to be
You know, but
327.
it's the same difficulty that you had, Chair. I'm now reading the black as opposed to, I'm trying to see what it is. It's page 303. What did they say? I just can't remember.
Yes.
Now, this letter is addressed to the Provincial Commissioner, and I'm trying to, the date is the 26th of March 2014, and it says here with attached memorandum dated the 25th of March 2014 from the prosecutor, Advocate Lutsolo. A decision has been made by Advocate Lutsolo to decline prosecution. The suspect's defense attorneys and the investigators in the matter have been made aware of this decision as indicated in the memorandum. The investigators have since released all the exhibits that were seized in their lawful owners. It was brought to my attention by the defense that the state also needs to release funds that had been held back due to the pending investigation that has since been declined against the suspects involved. To avoid any civil action against the state, it is therefore recommended that the matter is finalized as soon as possible. Can you comment on that?
Chair, this is inappropriate. I mean, this should never have been done. He's got no authority to do so at all. That's all I can comment on that. Well, I don't know what his interest was in this matter, but there were surely signs that he had some interest in this matter.
Yes.
And is it correct that what is said in paragraph 4, that the investigators have since released all the exhibits that were seized to their lawful owners?
No, Chair, that's not correct.
And then, if you can have regard to a document on page 300, it's an email sent from Colonel Govender dated the 5th of August 2014 to Brigadier Van Graan, and it deals with the previous correspondences regarding the actions of Colonel Jones, and you will see that you were copied on that email.
Yes, Chair.
Do you remember this email?
Colonel Governor informed me about this email, Chair.
And if we can just refer to it, it says that yesterday, the 4th of August 2014, I had a meeting, an appointment with Major General Mkute, the head of legal services, to obtain her affidavit with regards to investigation of Durban Case 781. During the meeting, she raised the fact of receiving a letter from Colonel Jones stating that the matter, which is Durban Case 781, has been brought to attention, that it has been declined to prosecute, and Colonel Jones had stated in the letter to prevent any civil claim against the state, that she may attend to the matter of the civil claim. This letter was addressed to the Provincial Commissioner. Attached letter sent by Colonel Jones for your information. Also, Colonel Jones has attached the decision from the prosecutor to his letter, which you have in possession. I then informed the General that the investigation team was unaware of this letter, and there was no communication by Colonel Jones with the team. This was reported to your office as unbecoming.
Ms. Wenzel, you are not going to read that whole email, please.
Oh, I won't.
What is the point?
Do you agree with the contents of what is stated in this?
I do, Chair.
Yes. And there is then an email dated the 31st of July 2014, appearing at page 301 to 302, from you to Brigadier Van Graan with regard to this.
That is correct, Chair.
Do you confirm the contents of this email, and do you recall what it was about? If you can just generally inform the Chair.
It's just the conduct of Colonel Jones during the investigations and what happened. And I confirm that this is my email, Chair.
Just the main points in the email? Was it responding to a particular email from somebody on what, and what did it say in terms of just the gist?
It deals with this conduct of Colonel Jones, which occurred on the 30th of July, and his view in...
what did you say in the email about the conduct of Colonel Jones?
General information which we received from, and then just the second last paragraph was that the action of Officer Colonel Jones is highly questionable as he has now affected two witnesses of the Durban Central Case 781. Because he approached Colonel Melanie Moodley, that was working in the finance office with Brigadier Kemp.
Yes, okay.
Now, after the memorandum of Advocate Norco, you said the case was withdrawn.
Yes, it was true.
And then, what happened after that? Did you continue with the investigations? What did you as investigators do?
Chair, first of all, we wanted to keep the docket away.
You wanted to?
Keep the docket away from the rest of the police force.
Yes, okay. To hide it from them.
To hide it from them. So the only legal way we could do that
Yes. Why did you want to hide it from them? What did you think they were going to do?
Chair, with all the things that was going on during the investigation and the allegations and the...
You thought it could get lost?
Yes, yes, Chair, and everything about the Solo's letter and Norco's letter. We decided then we discussed the matter with Major General, what's his surname? Maraj. She was head of IPIT KZN at that point in time. And it's clear from the dockets, from 781, the docket 781, that police corruption is involved. And it was their mandate to investigate that. On the CAS system, you can physically book out cases to IPIT on the system. And what I did, I made sure that we booked out 781 to IPIT on the CAS system. What we then did is we took the docket and we gave it over to General Maraj, who was the IPIT's provincial head. Then,
Yes, thank you.
Then after that, we had a meeting with the national head of IPIT and with his advocates, and they agreed there is a case and they will see if they can take it further.
Who was at that meeting?
It was myself, it was General Maraj, it was Trevor White, it was Peter Ploy, it was S.Y. Governor, and the head of IPIT at that stage was McBride, Mr. McBride. He was head of IPIT at that stage. They were present.
And after your presentation of the docket to them, what was was General McBride's attitude?
He agreed with us that there was a case in 781 against the people mentioned, and also we had interviewed him with his advocates after they looked at the docket at IPIT, and they agreed as well. And then after that, that is when we were called by Advocate Gerry Nel.
You were?
We were called by Advocate Gerry Nel.
Yes, okay.
He was then in possession of the docket, so he must have had dealings with IPIT.
Yes.
Yeah. But then at a later stage, I heard that it was taken away from him.
He called you to come to see him in Pretoria?
He came to interview us in Durban, Advocate Gerry Nel.
Yes.
With the docket, and we went through the docket, and he agreed, yes, there is definitely a prima facie case. There's enough evidence.
Okay.
And then after that, it just went dead until we heard that Advocate John Abrams gave instruction to reinstitute the charges.
So in terms of the view that Advocate Gerry Nel took of the matter, the matter should have been reinstated.
Yes,
but
Chair.
Nothing happened for a number of years.
Yes, Chair, and he had the same view as we had.
Yes.
But as I said, at the end of the day, His view didn't count or didn't matter because it was taken away from him.
It was taken away from him.
Yes,
Oh, how do you know that?
because we wondered what happened with the matter.
Yes.
And then he just didn't know the matter was taken away from him.
Did you ask somebody who told you that in the NPA?
Yeah, we asked around. They said, no, it was taken away from him.
And who was it given to, were you told?
I don't know, Chair, I don't know.
Yes,
I don't
but for many years after
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
nothing was happening about it
That is correct, Chair.
until Advocate Sean Abrahams said it should be pursued.
That is correct, Chair. And then after that, Toshan Pandey filed papers for the permanent stay of prosecution.
Yes,
The state then had to appoint Silk from the Joburg Bar
yeah,
and two other advocates, Advocate Hilton Epstein and two other advocates who are dealing with a civil matter. And it's costing the state hundreds and hundreds of thousands of rands now to get this thing back on the roll, or to fight this thing.
now, when was it, if you are able to remember, when Advocate Abraham said the matter should be reinstated? Which year?
Chair, this was, if I can recall correctly, I think it was 2017 or 2018, if I'm not
Okay.
correct.
Yes. Okay, somewhere around those
Somewhere around
years.
the years, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Benson?
Now, did you consult with the Silk? Who was that Silk, do you remember? Who was
It was
it?
Advocate Hilton Epstein.
Did you consult with him?
Yes, Chair, he came down, he consulted with us being myself and Colonel Govender, and eventually he obtained an affidavit from the ADPP at that time, Advocate Silas Ramahiti, and I read through the affidavit of Advocate Silas Ramahiti, and I further confirmed with the affidavit that what is in Advocate Silas Ramahiti's affidavit is true and correct. And that matter is still ongoing.
Well, I see that you say in paragraph 14.12 that after the then NDPP, Mr. Ngasana had appointed Advocate Ferry Nell and Mr. Andrew Lisk to deal with the case, and that after they had interviewed you, shortly thereafter, Mr. Ngasana and Advocate Ferry Nell were removed. So this would have been around 2015, I would imagine, because I think Mr. Ngasana was removed either in 2015 or 2016.
Yeah, 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would this not have been the time when Advocate Farinel left the NPA? So
No,
could it
Chair, I
be
was-
that he was not removed from the case as such,
Chair, I
but he
finished-
left and then it had to be given to somebody else?
No, Chair, I finished in 2015, and he came and saw us before that, long before that.
Oh, okay.
So that was before August 2015 when I went on pension.
Oh,
It was
okay.
long before that. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, in that event, probably your statement in paragraph 14.12, that shortly after Advocate Farinel had interviewed you, he and Mr. Ngasana were removed. Probably that's not accurate then, because I guess nobody could remove, I mean, the removal of Mr. Ngasana that you are talking about must be his departure from the NPA as NDPP.
No, he
you
was
are not
not-
talking about him being removed from the case.
No, he was removed from the case. He didn't resign as far as I can recall, at that time.
But nobody could remove him from the case. He was the big boss there.
No, he was.
He was
We
the
can-
NDPP
No, no.
nationally.
Yes, but I know it's when Advocate Sean Abrams came in after that.
Mr. Abrahams came after Mr. Ngasana had left.
Yes.
And Mr. Ngasana left either in 2015 or 2016, I can't remember, but it's one of those years.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm saying is,
As far as I can recall, Chair, is that when Advocate Sean Abrams was appointed, that is when it was taken away from him, from Advocate Gerrie Nel.
oh, okay, all right. Okay. So that means it would then have been certainly not earlier than 2015, because Mr. Abrahams only came after Mr. Ngasana had left the NPA, and Mr. Ngasana only left the NPA either in 2015 or 2016.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, so the timing you might not be accurate about the timing, but I understand what your evidence is. You may continue, Ms. Svensson.
Thank you. Were you told why an external counsel was appointed to deal with Mr. Pandey's application for a permanent stay of execution?
Sorry, I couldn't.
Were you told why an external counsel, instead of an employee at the NPA, was appointed
By the state?
by the state?
Yes, I don't actually recall the specific reasons why private counsel was appointed to do this. But I know it because Advocate Epstein made contact with me and he told me they were appointed to take this matter up in the High Court and defend it. And it's still pending.
Of course, the appointment of external counsel shouldn't be anything remarkable, isn't it? That happens quite often.
Yes, Chair, it does happen often. The witness had said something to me earlier, but I can't take it further. Then just for completeness, you say that Advocate Epstein drafted an affidavit which was signed by Mr. Ramati. That appears at page 153, which you confirmed in the proceedings.
That is correct, Chair.
Is that the affidavit that you confirmed?
That is correct, Chair.
Are you aware what the current status is of the Pandey investigations?
You're talking about this application?
Just what is happening in the investigations?
No, Chair, the only thing that I know is it's at a standstill and they are waiting for this silver matter to be finalized before they can actually move further on with that thing. And I'm aware that 466 is presently being dealt with by Advocate Wendy O'Brien from the Commercial Crime Courts in KwaZulu-Natal.
Chair, as from my side, that concludes the witness's evidence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Van Loggerenberg, for coming to give evidence.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure.
If we need you to come back, we'll ask you to come back. But for now, you are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you
very much.
Tomorrow, did you say that the witness will be
General Libya,
Libya?
yes.
Okay, and then his evidence. I've seen his affidavit. It's not short at all.
It is not short at all.
Yeah.
I suspect it might be the affidavit that you feel that there are a lot of issues that are not contentious and need not be dealt with in great detail.
No, the one that I was talking about is shorter. It's much shorter. It may be that his one also has got those features, but the one I had in mind is much shorter than his. We'll have to start at 10:30 tomorrow. Yesterday I said we'll start at 10:30 today, but I discovered that my commitment wasn't going to happen. So we'll start at 10:30 tomorrow.
Yes, Chair.
We adjourn.
All rise.